Yeah. 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 So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit of conflict or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge, they don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like, wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agenda's a disguise. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifting. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone. It is Pam Esquire, also known as Your Law Intellect. Thank you so much for coming on to the channel. As you come in, please make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you have not done so already, you guys know all of the rules and regulations over here. Be respectful. We're going to disagree, especially because we're talking about the Diddy trial. I don't mind opinions. However, just respect each other. Please don't cuss each other out. You know, please don't make matter-of-fact statements that can get you sued. You know, those type of things, okay? So anyways, we are back so that we can follow up on the testimony from yesterday of, I think she says her name is Bryana. I know her name is Bryana. We are going to get back into that cross-examination because it was brutal. Nicole Westmoreland does not hold people up. I think she cross-examines people in her dreams or something, because she is poking holes all the way up and through the testimony, almost making it seem like this is all a plot, plan, and strategy to get money. Because when you look at it, what she was saying is, you've talked to Cassie, you and Cassie are cool, and y'all was drug partners. Called them drug partners. They were doing drugs a year before Diddy even met Bryana. So they were doing drugs together outside of Diddy. Then I guess there was some discrepancies in the balcony incident. This is the crux of her testimony, to show the violence and all that stuff when it comes to the balcony. Apparently, they've been 2-3 different ways, allegedly, of how it happened, depending on what day of the month it was or what it was, you know. Apparently, she had Mr. Blackburn be her attorney, who asked for, according to her, $10 million for her, you know, what she went through at the hands, allegedly, of Diddy. She alleges Blackburn wasn't being truthful. Blackburn wasn't being truthful in that demand, and so she fired him. This is her testimony. What also came out was there was a whole lot of drugs going on, whole lot of different drugs. We were going through it in the chat. What does that mean? What does Cocoa Puff mean? What do these initials stand for? Clearly, a lot of us just didn't even know this stuff was going on. And so it was a lot of information about the various drugs and the drugs that they did, and were you high, were you not high, do you remember, do you not remember? Because it sounded like everybody was just high all the time, just always on drugs. Then, now this wasn't in the tweets, but allegedly Ray J's name came up, and that was all over the blogs yesterday. We don't know if it's the Ray J from Brandy's daughter, Brandy's brother. We don't know, because she kind of was like, Ray J, I think the singer, but I'm not really sure. I don't know. So I don't know if it was absolutely confirmed that it was the Ray J, but the description was sounding like Ray J, and that they got drugs from him is what they were alleging. So it just was getting really, really, really bad. So in what Nicole Westmoreland was putting out there was almost like this is a money grab. So Cassie files her lawsuit. Y'all start talking after the lawsuit is filed. You get you an attorney and say, me too, I've been hurt by Diddy. And so you decide from almost 10 years ago, 8 years ago, you want recompense. And so you get you an attorney to get money. Then she's still talking to Dante Nash, who you know is the stylist. They are cool. All of them hung out together. Then you had Carrie Morgan, the ex-best friend. She was cool with them. They all hung out together. So all of these people, like I was saying yesterday, and notice, I'm like, all the people that's having these allegations against Diddy seemed like they were all close to Cassie. And I said, everything leads to Cassie. So how they're gonna separate between him just being a violent individual and then got mad at the people around him, because it's almost like Diddy may have thought that maybe they were bad influences, or he wanted them to have loyalty towards him, especially if he paid them or whatever. However, these people got paid to be her stylist and makeup artist and all of that, that they should tell him if she was dating other men, even though he was out here spreading it low and spreading it wide, didn't want her to do it. So they were mad at them for being more loyal to her. Then again, with the Carrie Morgan situation, it's alleged that that occurred because he came in and there were drugs on the table, and he was trying to get Cassie not to be a drug addict. He didn't like that. Then he put the word out allegedly all through Hollywood: do not sell Cassie not nan, pill, powder, crack, nothing. Liquid, I don't care, solid, whatever form, do not sell it to her. And that's what Cassie testified to. And so somehow they are all morphing this into, and again, it's racketeering conspiracy, which is easier. I see why they're doing that one, because if it was just straight RICO, like people are thinking that it is without looking at the indictment, apparently, it would be difficult to say the purpose of Bad Boy, who has joint ventures with all these other record labels, Sean John, who has a joint venture with other, clothing lines. Remember his spirits, with he was suing them when all of this stuff happened. So we know he ain't the head honcho when it comes to that. So somehow there's a collaboration and contract with them. So we cannot argue he didn't have legit businesses. There are people that have went out on the record on the internet and said, listen, I worked for him, got paid well, like this energy, he bought his business, and that was that. He didn't get this money based off of trying to create these entities so that he can do sex trafficking and prostitution. Just not making any, the connection just wouldn't even. First of all, he giving out money instead of receiving money. Like, the connections just wasn't connecting for me based on what it is. Now again, conspiracy allows you a little bit more leeway, where they don't necessarily have to prove the enterprise and how the enterprise was formed. You don't necessarily have to prove the interstate commerce aspect of it. There are certain things that they don't have to prove when you do racketeering conspiracy, as we went over when we went over the jury instructions. So there is a difference. But nonetheless, I just have a hard time connecting some of these dots right now. And again, the government has a couple of more weeks and they're going to bring it on home. But they are definitely using this violence to show coercion when he just seemed like a jerky person to the people that were close to him. Because again, you have people that work for these companies that did not have those experiences, allegedly, according to the internet, that have come on these shows. So it's going to be very, very interesting just to see how this all pans out. Another thing is they've been able to elicit testimony that she was able to go places. She did have somewhat of a career where she did the movies. She was in the studio all the time. And I think what is missing, and I wonder, and this is what I think Diddy, part of what he's going to have people getting on the stand for his case in chief. Part of the issue is Diddy, they're saying also that Diddy stifled her career, and she said because the freak offs became a job. Now, the issue with that is, first of all, there were other people getting once a week too. Like I guess they was booking, the hotels once a week. She was in the studio a lot. They did say that. And if anybody is remotely familiar with the music industry, Diddy was never a longevity person. meaning he not creating no Michael Jacksons. He's not creating no Prince, no Aretha, somebody that can literally come out in the 70s and pack out theaters and pack out stadiums till they die. That's not what he was doing. He almost flipped. It's not just Cassie. He almost flipped every single artist. But what meaning they'll come out with one album, they're hyped up, they're branded, and then he'll sell you out to the next bidder and he move on. That's kind of how Diddy was. If you look at any of his artists, tell me which artists for real, out of all the ones he have longevity with like in their careers. But when you look on the flip side, there are some record labels that they're worried about your longevity and they want you to be like a lot of the Motown artists. They had Stevie Wonder at a young age. They did not want him leaving later. Now, I don't know who he with now, but I know that's how it was for years. So it just depends on what your model is. It's similar, like I said, to flipping houses. You got some that buy houses, fix them up, and then they flip them to the highest bidder. And that kind of, to me, seemed more like his model. But again, they're trying to blame him as being the reason why she didn't have a career. Now, we went over and I'm talking about Cassie. We went over what Ryan Leslie alleges, how Cassie even came about in the membership, which was very, very interesting and also very telling, where it's like it wasn't her, they were coming out like, oh my gosh, she's talented. She had some help. What I mean by that, she got pushed up in the algorithm for MySpace. He was going from place to place, paying people, I guess, to spin the records in the clubs 2-3 times. So people just knew what it was. And then it was like, I keep hearing this. And it was almost like a programming. And I'm not saying that Diddy didn't say, because if he told the people, I'll fire you, and that's what he used to be beating his chest about, you can go, you can get a new job, forget you, you can go. I'm not saying he never said, he might have never alluded to that when it came to Cassie. But I'm just saying, looking at his track record, I just don't see any longevity, people. But anyway, that's just my opinion. Let me see what some of your opinions are. Miss Lady said, in my opinion, Diddy wanted to be the one and only big dog. And that's what a lot of people, even when I was talking to somebody the other day, they was like, Diddy is the person that didn't want anybody bigger than him. It didn't care who you were. He didn't care who you were. He didn't want anybody bigger than him. I don't know, but that's apparently the perception that's out there as to why he chose to do the things he did. I don't know. Ray Bishop said it was presented like she didn't have work ethic. She just wanted to be famous. Well, that's what Ryan Leslie kind of said in the beginning, was that she didn't even want to finish the song that he wanted, that when she was younger then. Now, she was with Ryan Leslie in them earlier years, 18, 19, that they keep putting Diddy on. Diddy didn't try to even, I guess, attempt anything, allegedly, according to Cassie, until she was 21. It was at her 21st birthday party. People are saying 19, 21, ain't no difference. I mean, we can keep moving the scale as much as we want to on the frontal lobe. And I mean, we all went through stuff in our 20s. We dated young, we dated old, we did. A lot of us have, that's your experimental time in your 20s. I would agree with that, on knowing what you want and what you don't want. But she did stay with him for 11 years. So there's that. Hey, a real paralegal. Nelly, so you think everybody's lying on Diddy, even the hotel workers? What are we talking about? Let me go to Nelly. Kim is what the prosecution has not proved. Okay, let me go back. Nelly said, Ryan said that Tommy Mottola was very interested. Okay, that's more up here. Let me go back. Nelly said many artists are always in the studios and the work never comes out, which is true. That is true, Nelly. 10 album deals are unheard of. That is not true. 10 album deals, they do that. They used to do that to keep you locked in. And so either you paid your way up out of your contracts if they weren't really panning out, or if you were decent, they may be able to flip you to somebody else. Or if somebody wanted you that bad, a record label will buy you out. So it was all like they didn't want, just like they would keep your masters until the intellectual property years were up. That's why you get so many people from my era now coming on talking, but I got my copyright back. That's because after a certain amount of years, they revert back to you. And so they would do things in these contracts to keep you locked and hooked in and try to do it as long as possible in perpetuity. And that's how they kept you basically locked in. In my opinion, I think that Cassie may have stayed longer because she was with him. That's what I think it is, because he got rid. You see how he did day 26. They were on the top of their game. And he still flipped them and sold them off to somebody else, allegedly. I wasn't in any of these boardrooms. So all of this stuff is just what I've heard as being, I used to do some entertainment work. So this is just all alleged, because I ain't represent none of these people. But allegedly that's supposed to be what happened with like day 26 or whatever. But anyways, you said Harvey from TMZ mentioned American Idol winner signed similar deals. You notice that I don't know the deals, never done any with American Idol. But I could see that. Like they offer you, I guess, an album. You get a record deal, I believe, is what one of the perks is of American Idol. So I can totally see. They kind of lock you in. That is what they do. They try to lock you in. They got leverage. And if you become big, this is a business at the end of the day. So I think people are looking at it from a, how do you do a human being like that, when you're really, as an artist, you're like goods and services. So once the goods and services are no longer usable, we try to get rid of you at the high, like stocks and bonds. Okay, I got stock in you. I've invested in you. And as soon as someone come with the highest bidder, I'm going to flip you. Unless you're a Michael Jackson or a Stevie Wonder or somebody that stands the test of time and literally is a legend. Other than that, you don't want a person fly. Okay, the first album did well. People struggle with sophomore albums a lot. And you don't want to be stuck with this type of person. If you can get rid of it, at the end of the day, I don't think it's personal. I think a lot of it is a business. And I do think he kept Cassie longer, partly because that was his girlfriend. But that's, again, my opinion. Let me see what Kim said. Wait a minute. Lorraine Nat said, when B said Diddy was blowing up Cassie's phone, wondering where she was because she didn't answer, then showed Cassie where she was. Ninja, if you know where I'm at, why are you calling me weird? Because he was a weirdo. And that's what stalker abusers do. Okay. I think the argument is he used the business to commit these crimes. That's not what it is. You create an enterprise. This is why RICOs were intended for mafia, because you create this enterprise for that purpose. It's supposed to be what it's originated. Has it expanded over the years? Yeah, it has. They got R. Kelly. They've gotten other people on RICOs that were not as clear cut. But what makes it complicated is because now we're stretching it beyond what it was meant for. And so because it was a broad statute, you can throw people in there. YSL, they had the same, they gave Trump a RICO in Georgia. They put him in a RICO and the whole purpose of this enterprise, it doesn't have to be a real business. It could be a business of in fact, which is illusory. It's not real. They were alleging with President Trump that apparently he got all these people together so that they can overthrow the election. So that was the goal of the enterprise. So all this stuff people did that was illegal, literally their whole group was together with the same underlying intent. And even though, and it was to say Trump needs to be president. That was the whole goal of it all. And so they connected people talking to individuals that were poll workers, wanting them to say, you saw somebody do something they shouldn't have done. Or when you got to go testify in front of Congress, make sure you say A, B, C, D, and E. You're actually asking people to commit the law, to break the law, and to commit perjury. But the ultimate goal was to overturn the election. So that was what they was alleging, for Trump. YSL, they was alleging it was gang related. So basically, as there was a gang, that's the underlying quote enterprise. And as a gang member, somebody on the other side of the tracks, y'all was beefing or they was on your territory, which included drug dealing or whatever, they may unalive you because of that. So they all were able to fit that in. With Diddy, a lot of it is he was just trash when it came to being her man. But I understand what the government is trying to do. A lot of that stuff is coming up on sidebars. They're letting us know what they're trying to do and what their underlying, reasons for what they're saying. And I get what they're trying to do. I just don't necessarily agree with what they're trying to do. So, I mean, they may be successful at it, but what I'm saying is knowing the historical purpose of the RICO, I just don't agree with it. That's all, as of right now. Let's see. Yep, look what Michael Jackson. I don't know. Okay, let me go back down here because I had to scroll all the way up because I wanted to see what the back and forth. Cassie was a model before she even knew Diddy or Ryan Leslie. When Ryan Leslie met her, he said she already had billboards in Times Square. So she was out here doing it. And her best friend, I guess they had an apartment like in Manhattan or something. So she was living it up before it happened. And then the whole thing happened where Tommy Mottola was like, if you don't sign her, I will. And I got my theory behind Tommy Mottola, but I can't neither prove or deny prove it as correct or not correct. But it's interesting, Ryan Leslie's take on how all of this transpired with Cassie is interesting. And he'll tell you he was in love with her. So a lot of his songs, he said some of his best songs were penned because of his relationship with Cassie. So yeah. Educator said the joint venture makes it murky, but yeah, but they don't have to necessarily show. I don't know. That's why I said I want to see the jury instructions because I've seen it two ways. L. Jackson 52 said it was a whole bunch of freaky people in DV. Then somebody did a video and said that the freak offs weren't new. And I think they mentioned maybe Richard Pryor was on the thumbnail, but I ain't sure. So I'm not putting that on you, Richard Pryor. May you rest in peace. But they said that this ain't nothing new. So Kim said, well, obviously Cassie was doing her part. Diddy just didn't want to release the music. So that's from Kim. Yeah, she had a 10-year contract. It was a joint venture originally, too. And after that, I believe, I don't know when Ryan Leslie got out of the contract, but Ryan Leslie allegedly he had his own record label and he teamed up with Bad Boy. And he said him and Diddy went in the studio and they got her album ready for release in 2 weeks, 14 days. He said because when people were coming to him, Jermaine Dupri flew them out to talk to them or whatever. And it was based off of her blowing up on MySpace. But he was concerned. This is what Ryan Leslie said. I know record labels will sign you and put you on the shelf and never release your album or wait years or whatever to release your album. He had been putting work on it with Cassie, between the MySpace and going to the different clubs and getting her out there and getting people accustomed to hearing her and all of that he told Diddy. He said Diddy came up, I think, with the biggest amount to pay. He had the best deal and the most money. And he said that he wanted the album released almost immediately. Like he wanted it released while the hype was out there about Cassie, which was smart. She had been on MySpace where she was at the top of the algorithm, the Google search. And so if anybody Googled MySpace, her name would pop up and her picture. And she's very beautiful. And then the song will start playing. And then you like, oh, okay. Then after a while, it's like, okay, that's a bop. So that's kind of how the MySpace. And so even when she does her interview, she'll tell you she blew up from MySpace. But Ryan Leslie allegedly knew somebody at MySpace. So yeah, yes, please get those likes up, please. Raynette said Beyonce doesn't have 10 solo albums. And Kim said Nelly and Diddy have plenty of money. He's a billionaire. You said Kim, it's not uncommon. Yes, it's wasteful, but it's not uncommon at all. And you know how y'all know it's not uncommon is when you have people like Tupac and Prince who pass on and they got enough music in the vault where they can do 10 and 15 more albums just from their music in the vault. So that lets you know that a lot of they're very specific and particular on what gets released, very specific and particular on what your single is. And a lot of stuff gets shelved. And it's unfortunate, especially for writers, where you go down these writer camps, and y'all vibing and all of that, and you thinking you about to get paid, you done spent 2 months and they don't even use your work. So Nick said their relationship was so toxic and abusive. Scorpio. Kim says Scorpio, that why would they want to make music? It's not 10 years, it's 10 albums. So it was a 10 album deal. Which, like I said, is not uncommon to get you on a hook. They don't really, half the time, they don't get in there really thinking we going to do 10 albums. But who the heck ain't going to be geek when you like, you going to stick with me for 10 albums? Shoot, if she would have flopped and he wasn't with her, he probably would have been like next highest bidder. So that's why I said I think that a lot of her staying power was probably because they were together. Denise said, and I think that's the problem when the lines get blurred between boardroom and bedroom. And that's why a lot of people have that in their policies. Can't mess with the head honchos. Can't mess with the subordinates. Thank you, collective. I appreciate that. We'll see at the end of the day. We'll see. I'm just giving my little perspective, and it's what the jurors. What we say right now, though, I mean, it matters to us because I like the conversation, and I like to see different perspectives. And as a person that obviously has to pick juries to see the mindset, I'm like, okay, I can see that. Let me write that down so I can make sure I could counteract that next time. So honestly, you guys are some of the best ways to understand the minds of potential jurors. So that's why I love it over here, and I hope you love it too. You said Kim acting like she working for Cassie PR team. The woman was pretty, but she sucked. I think Capricorn was right about that part of the testimony. She said she ain't no Whitney Houston, and she was not. I think she was a decent performer. She had a song with a. It was catchy. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Like you could just I barely know the words, but I could tell you the beat. And she had the little dance, and that kind of reminded you of the little J Lo-ish Sierra, back then. She was beautiful, and she would have been more of an entertainer. And there's some people that are entertainers and they're not necessarily vocalists. And she could hold a note. I mean, that's what it was. I ain't mad at her. Shoot, if she was able to capitalize off of it, then shoot, I ain't mad at her. I'm just saying facts are facts. And I think she can, just because she was abused by Diddy, we all got to just lie and be like, oh my gosh, she was one of the best singers of her time. Like, we ain't got to lie. That's our opinion. For the people that think she wasn't really, she was a studio artist, and nothing is wrong with that. She's not the only person. That's why they can fix your voice in the studio. I probably go in the studio, they have me sounding real good. That's a studio artist. And I know that I just was raised in the church. And if you was in the choir, you can hold a note. You can hear a note. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're a soloist or you should go solo like Beyonce. Some of us are good background vocalists. So, yeah. Strip Mall Nomad said, I really don't even remember that song at all. Okay. All right. Tracy said Cassie would be today's sweetie. She had a bop or two. And people always talk about, and the crazy part is, people are always now they're talking about how the talent today is not up to par like in our time. I mean, that's a conversation that's had. But a lot of the talent now is the mediocre talent that we saw few and far between back in our time, of which they were just entertainers. Now it's just more entertainers. Why? Because we're in social media era, which means you can get 1 million followers on TikTok for being like, get it sexy, get it sexy. Like that wasn't to be like, oh, and all that stuff, half singing and like, no, they wanted you to buy your album. You had to have some vocals. That's not what's required now. This is a new generation. I'm sure in the 50s and 60s, when you talk to them from the Motown age, they don't like as much studio. They like live band. So they feel like you ain't a real musician or artist if you can't sing live correctly, every single note. And if you're not a musician that can look on score sheets and have a live band, they feel like the next generation sucks, which is ours, because a lot of our people were in the studio. So every generation, to me, this generation's music is more like what we thought were fluke artists in our time, because they're not really, they don't have to necessarily have the vocals. Ashanti to me is good at hooks, but would I say she the biggest, she the best at just doing solo stuff? And I like Ashanti, and she has some of the best bops, but that's why she's still singing those same bops to this day. Saying she's still doing concerts and she doing the same songs, except for I think she had a couple of singles. She got one song with her husband Nelly, and I don't know what that does, like how it's, if it's doing well on the charts, I don't know. But her main thing is people are coming to hear her songs from back in the 90s. That's why people are coming to those concerts. Janet is not mediocre. She can sing, a kid could perform and make great music similar to Madonna. I don't know. I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Nelly. I agree with she's a good entertainer. She's a good performer, but I never thought she was a great vocalist. And me and Deb argue about that all the time. But that's just my opinion. I think she's mediocre. And I think because of the name, the Jacksons, she was able to fall into, the whole thing. And that's not to say she can't hold a note. I just think she's more entertaining as a dancer and all of that. And that's how the Jackson 5 was raised, to be entertainers. I think she's more entertaining than the vocalist part. But that's just my opinion. Terry said, I agree, Pam. Listen, me and Dad was arguing about that when we was dating. He was like, I was like, yeah, that's not mine. You said she wasn't the best singer. That's why I said sing on key. I'm cold-blooded. I'm not trying to be. I'm just been around music. I married a musician. I'm just around it. I've dealt with musicians and stuff in my career and my profession. So I'm just around it a lot. I know the ones that can sing live. I know the ones that got a whole lot of help in the studio. You go to a Fantasia concert, you don't know whether to shout or whether to like twerk. She has all genres of music. And she sings the heck out of every song that she sings. Like, that's one of the best concerts. To me, Babyface will tell you he's a great writer. And he'll tell you, like, his brother from After 7, all of them, like, they sing better than him. But you can't take away he's like just like I say about Kurt Franklin. We know Kurt Franklin can't sing, but he has a great pen. Like, some people just have great pens and they can match your voice to what they write. And sometimes there are just basic songs that probably we all can sing and sound good, or at least sound decent. And there's some songs that it's vocal acrobatics. That's why they call Brandy the vocal Bible, because there's vocal acrobatics to it. And with Babyface, he's written a whole lot of songs, but and he goes through a lot of them on his concerts. But will I say he's like the best in person when I've seen him? No. But like Rochelle Farrell, who ain't even big like that out here, to me, she big. She blowing it. Like when I went to her concert, it was like she had ridiculous vocals. She was jumping on every instrument. She was making instruments like using her vocal cords to create trumpets and violins. And I was like, what? But she's not big. Like they don't have her big she's more like a jazz artist, so I'm not saying it like that. But I'm saying like they not just propping up Rochelle Farrell. But in person, she could sing her behind off. And I think she opened for the Babyface when she was here, or whatever concert I went to. I think she opened for Babyface. And Babyface just wrote everybody's great Bobby Brown. Like he knew how to write things to match your voice, even including his yeah. HHTR said, when you go to Fantasia concert, you always got to bring extra deodorant. People be packed together and everybody be sweating. They always sell out here. Her concerts always sell out. And the thing is, she'll start out, she'll be doing the butt. People be having their little drinks. Then all of a sudden, she telling you some testimony. Then you got a tear slowly rolling down your face. And then she'd be like, I am who I am today. And you be like, oh, Jesus. Look at your blue drink, because we got a blue drink over at when you go to our little Shane Park, which is now the Aretha amphitheater that a lot of them go to. And you go from doing the button, all of a sudden you like, yeah, and then her that little lip start quivering, like you already know it's about to be on. Everybody, they be up there, be the thugs in there, like in the front row, you see the thugs with their bandanas, like, yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. And you just feeling that thing. You just feeling that thing with Fantasia. Yes, Kiki Wyatt can sing too as well. Yes. Man, she gonna have church wherever she at. She don't care what she start out with. All right, y'all. Y'all know we just be chit-chatting. We got to get into what we here for. Somebody gonna be in the chat. For those that the actual reporting starts in 40 minutes. That's what somebody in the chat gonna put. She's going to actually talk about what's on the thumbnail at 40 minutes, because you know her. She's just the talking and stuff. I'll be like, I'm like, listen, I don't know if y'all like your people, but I like my people. Shoot, we chit-chatting. Tracy said Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis had Janet doing her thing. What have you done for me? Oh, yeah. She definitely killed that performance. And she still can go out here and do the exact same thing as she showed folk the other week. Yeah, Kiki is that chick too. Yeah, Shantae Moore is cool. Yeah. Miss Pam, did you sing at Hartford Memorial Baptist Church in the choir? I did not. But Dev has played at Hartford Memorial. And I think one of the Clark sisters' cousins, I think, was at Hartford Memorial. She just passed away maybe about a year ago. But no. I haven't sang in the choir since I was like young, and I used to be in the community choirs because my dad had a church here. And so, you're just kind of forced to sing. That's kind of how that go. Yes, Elder Barge is great too. When I turned 30 something, Elder Barge was like at my birthday party. Like he was the singer at my birthday party that year. And he just had him and a keyboard. And he was like, it was live. It was really lit. It was lit. Yes. Tamia, she can sing. People more focused on getting that Tamia line dance, and they don't even be paying attention to her songs. I'm like, do y'all even know the words of that song that y'all trying to do the line dance on, or everybody just trying to still get the step? Huh? All right, y'all, let's get into it. So this is day 17, which is the cross of Bongolan. The victim witness, Jane, text not to be shown. So I guess they not going to show the text for her. I don't know. So they start out before the jury comes in. Judge, and they started late. I think somebody told me they were going to start at 11 o'clock, even though people was up in that joint bright and early outside talking about live coverage from the Diddy. I'm like, didn't they say it was going to start a little late? Y'all feet going to be burning. But anyway, I understand the press is doing their best with the orders. What about Jane's text? And the government said, so remember, Jane Doe was supposed to start yesterday. They thought was going to start yesterday, but that cross-examination, once Westmoreland got her hooks on her, she was like, the judge was like, how much longer? She was like, I hope I finish by the end of the day. Judge was like, can I get a time? She was like, I got a lot more. He was like, okay, break. Everyone can go home. So she's starting out with this in the morning, I guess, and then perhaps in the afternoon, Jane Doe will come. So anyway. So the press, they must have instructions on what they can put out and what they can't. So the judge says to them, you guys are doing a great job. But what about these Jane's texts? So the government said, I feel a need to personally read them before releasing them to the press. How about Saturday for Friday's exhibits? And the judge is like, don't kill yourself. Like, y'all doing all of this stuff. Well, I'm not telling you got to have it within 24 hours, but you know, I know you got a life. I know y'all got some family. So then the government said the reporters are not officers of the court and they won't know what has to not be reported. That's why I want to review them myself. I don't think there is a real constitutional issue here. And Inner City Press said they disagree. He is funny. He always put his sidebars in there. He's like, I disagree. There are some issues if y'all don't want to release them. So then the judge, Submarinian, said, the type of information that Ms. Comey wants to redact, is it just a matter of timing? Should we adjourn for the day to permit redaction? No, I reject that. The First Amendment does not require that. So I guess the judge is talking out loud to himself, like, should we do this? Should we do that? And then the government says, no, he says the government has been making accommodations. So then the government says, we want a screenshot of Ms. Ventura's communications to Ms. Courtroom about Ms. Bongolan being dangled off the balcony. Because now, because of all these inconsistent stories, they feel like they're going to have to corroborate this, that this isn't just some collusion they all coming with, because they know Cassie got money, so the rest of them trying to get money, which is basically what Diddy is trying to allege as his defense. The judge said, how does the balcony incident connect to the indictment? See, the judge is asking the questions I'm asking. So then the government said it shows Mr. Combs' violence and that Miss Ventura is aware. So coercion. So basically she knows he's violent even around other people. She's aware of it. So everything she did, even the freak offs, is because she knew if she didn't, even though he never told her that, if she knew if she didn't, that it would be a consequence. So even though there's no proof that there was consequences of it, they're trying to connect that video in the hotel, but that was after the freak offs, and they don't have any proof that they were going to continue with a freak off after that, and that's why he was trying to get her to stay. But this is what the government is telling everybody, what their theory is. So this is how they're trying to connect it. We're going to have all these people come on, say how violent he is, and because of the violence, that means that Cassie knew, aside from her own butt whoopings, he do that to other people. And so she never did anything because she really loved him, or she just wanted to be involved, even though the text messages say she was like, yeah, I'm down for a freak off. I'm always down for a freak off. That really wasn't real because of his violent nature, which equates to coercion. This is what I'm telling y'all, how they're trying to deduce it and connect it. And they basically just acknowledged it right here on this tweet. And I said, I know what they're trying to do. I just don't agree with what they're doing. You know, how they're trying to fit it, I guess, in the RICO package. That's all. Girl, what's the date? Said, we already know he's violent. I agree with the judge. How is that connected? So they said what they're saying, violence towards everybody. That's right, Miss Lady. That's basically what they saying. So let's go on. And again, this is just me not doing it from an emotional standpoint, but really just focusing on the elements on what needs to be proven. That's it. We know he violent. We know he smack around people. We know, like, I believe that he's been violent towards people. But is the violence in order to coerce Cassie to do freak offs that these people don't even know about? Or Cassie did it because she know? It's not like if Cassie could have stopped dealing with Diddy like she did in 2018. But the same people that you're saying was a part of this, I guess, like a Capricorn, they didn't have a problem if he would allow them to come back and work for him without Cassie working there or being, Cassie being with him, rather, being his girlfriend. So all of this stuff is just, I just hope, like I said, I if I were to guess, I think that the defense is going to definitely have a problem with a lot of this stuff looking like other bad acts. He was never convicted of a lot of this stuff, and the government is using it under the theory of this violence shows coercion. And so I think they're going to have an expert, and it may be the one that came on before, that now they're going to allow her to come back and say that about what coercive control is. And so that all equates with violence. I'm going to do something to your family. I'm going to stay with, okay, I'll come back home and take another butt whooping because I don't want you to do nothing to my mama. But what I'm saying is you have to go from this to this to this to this to even get to that. It's a lot of loopholes you have to go into, as opposed to when you have mafia, is you got the mob boss, we taking over the neighborhood, these people on our turf, we're buying up the block because we need someplace to put our money. Our money really came from gambling and all of that. And we can get to the mob boss who actually does all of the directions. And then there's always a hierarchy in command. We'll give the low one right next to the mob boss, we'll give him immunity. It's kind of more cut and clear, is what I'm saying. It's cut and dry. But when you expand it to this type of stuff, you have to have this, like they just said, the violence is a part of the coercion. Like it's like you got to take these leaps to get there. And that's kind of what my issue is with this case. But so then Alexandra Shapiro, on behalf of Combs, said it should not be admitted. It is a backward looking statement. Then the government says the screenshot was captured in September 2016, shortly after the incident. So then Shapiro said it doesn't say how Miss Ventura heard about this. Could have been from someone else, which is true. She was not questioned about the balcony incident, I don't believe, to that extent. If she was, it wasn't to that extent, or it just slips my mind. Y'all could bring me back to remembrance. As far as the balcony, why not introduce that text when she's on the stand, so then you can ask that question? So how did you know this balcony incident even happened? What information did you receive? Why did you send this text out? Why did you let KK know this? Like, were you drunk? Were you, like, that would have been a time, because otherwise it's hearsay. She says she didn't see it, apparently. So that means she heard about it, because you have Banner on the stand basically saying, I was out there by myself. So that means it's your word against his word. So if Cassie is sending this text to KK, it's because it's hearsay within, it's hearsay, what she's saying. So I don't know what the judge responds to after that, but the jury comes in. So, the mom was there, Kim? Is that what you're saying? Because Banner said wasn't nobody there but her. So I don't know. Power, they did not ask her about a lot of incidents. They did not. And I'm sure it was a reason. It must have been strategic. Maybe they asked her about it and she didn't recall some of that stuff. They were doing drugs and stuff around that time, which may mess up your memory. So maybe she didn't recall some of the stuff. And because of that, if they ask, sometimes the government will ask little questions and didn't know where it was going, and now you see it connecting to other testimonies, like with the Kid Cudi chase and all of that, the police chase, and it's because other people haven't said it. And in the testimonies, because they know what everybody generally what their testimony is going to be. They've given statements to the government. And so a lot of this stuff probably isn't connecting. So it's best for them to have separate testimonies about his violence, especially if they're using it for coercion. Do something don't mean Diddy is going to physically harm her. Tomorrow Leader Sports Network said the mother only testified about what her daughter told her. That was an email. And she said in the email about the $20,000, some people are speculating she was such a drug addict. How y'all know? But then some people like, hey, she had the wire information, so she knew how to freaking wire the money. So, something happened there. But I don't know. Let's go on. So Miss Bongolan comes in. All rise. Jurors, we have a lunch coming in for you. We're going to take a shorter break. Miss Westmoreland, that's so nice. They're giving them food. What is this photo of? She said drugs. And you sent this photo to Cassie? Yes. Now, DX 1287, what is this? Some type of drugs. How many types? I can't tell. You're still doing drugs with Cassie on May 31st, 2016, right? Yes. Just before this, Mr. Combs threatened your life. Yes. You weren't scared to continue dealing with Cassie? I guess not. Okay, so that's another question. Now, what we can say is when it came to the best friend, she said that after Diddy had hit her, she got ghosted, and she threatened to sue both of them, and then she ended up with a settlement. And Miss Morgan and Cassie were not friends anymore after that. All right, because of that. So what Miss Westmoreland is showing is like, okay, so you got pictures of showing y'all doing drugs and all of that. But just before that, Mr. Combs threatened your life. And nothing about that said, well, let me get the hell away from Cassie. So she said, I guess not. Said, okay, you said Mr. Combs groped your breast. Objection. Judge said, ask again. Miss Westmoreland like, okay. Mr. Tyrone, that's Tyrone Blackburn, said Mr. Combs groped your breast. True? She said, well, some of the things he wrote were not true. So in the demand, the way Tyrone Blackburn, I guess, wrote it according to her was she's standing at the balcony. It's a low balcony that, like, I guess it stops at the railing is at her waist. Diddy comes and picks her up, I guess, by touching all of this, and basically like threatens to unalive her, and he a demon and all this stuff, right? So apparently she's saying that demand was not true, because as you guys see yesterday, she testified. He was like, you know what the F you did. And she was like, I don't know what the F I did. And he said, you know what the F I did. She's like, what did I do? I don't know what the F I did. And they went back and forth for 15 seconds. It's really supposed to be the dialogue. She's alleging Tyrone made this up. Now, what would be crazy is if Tyrone come with some recording or something and be like, I got this directly from her. But nonetheless, I get it. Tyrone done garnered himself a reputation that has not necessarily been the best out here because of the people he's represented and I guess how he's moved or whatnot. So, yeah. So she says some of the things he wrote were not true. So Nicole says, you fired him and hired new civil lawyers and they drafted a lawsuit. You reviewed it? She said, to the best of my ability. And she probably said that because perhaps she's at a point where now she knows. I ain't necessarily prepped and prepared for this cross-examination, and there must be some inconsistencies, and that must be why she bringing up that lawsuit. So let me just say I did the best that I could. I wasn't trying to lie on, if it's anything inconsistent or not real, ain't on purpose. So then she says, look at this document, and it's only for the parties. Ma'am, isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time sexual assault, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it? She said, can you rephrase that? Mr. Tyrone alleged that Mr. Combs actually assaulted you, right? She said, I can't speak for him, but he speaks for you, ma'am. Like, he's your lawyer. He speaks for you. Oh, that's what she said too. I promise you I didn't even look at it. So Westmoreland said, you speak for you. She said, you speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about the grabbing your breast. Can you restate it? Okay. You continued accusing Mr. Combs of actually assaulting you, even though you knew it was not true. She said, it's really hard to commit to the whole sentence. So she says, Miss Westmoreland Nicole says, you knew actual assault was the only way you could sue. She said, I don't recall. I don't recall if the only way I could sue. Because what it is under the statute. Y'all remember the look back statute that Cassie was able to do this under, and all the rest of them is there was a statute created that allowed you, and really it was initially, believe it or not, it's not even mainly celebrities that have filed lawsuits being actually assaulted back in the day. It was women in prisons that were getting assaulted by guards and getting pregnant and all of that. And so they had a statute that came out that was only, you had a year, and it was a look back where the statute of limitation didn't matter. And if you were assaulted and you sexually assaulted and fit these criteria, you can sue. They also had the gender motivated violence act, which is what a lot of people are doing it under. And that also has, you were basically assaulted based on your gender and whatnot. So what she's trying to pull out is you made up this whole sexual assault because you would have been able to sue him if you didn't have it on there. And she didn't even admit it or deny it. She just said, I don't recall. So you don't know if you made up the whole sexual assault. Like either you did or you didn't. How do you say I don't recall? If I made up this part of the story so I could sue him under the statute. Because what happens is if she just said assault, the statute of limitations just expired on that a long time ago. So now you're trying to get in where you fit in with the rest of people and get your money, and you have to add an extra layer. So to say, well, he groped my breast too, you had to add that because you wouldn't have qualified or wouldn't have any causes of action under the statute, and you want to get paid like everybody else. So that's what she's trying to pull out. I said 504, I don't recall. I don't recall. Woody said that 1,000 times, not even exaggerating. Glamour says she's lied under the immunity. She's going to jail. Well, listen, the government makes that decision. And that was a good thing. That was pretty smooth how Westmoreland threw that in. She said, so as long as you tell the truth, you don't go to jail, correct? She's like, yes. And then Westmoreland said, well, who decides that? Whether you lied or not? She said, the government. So, oh, okay. So basically, you're going to make sure your testimony conforms to what the government says and what you told them or whatnot, and what y'all agreed was the correct testimony. So you don't take your ass to jail for perjury. You see it, 504? You see it? You see the bang ang? Thank you, sis. Okay, so she don't recall. And then Westmoreland says, you say you were screaming. Are you aware of anyone else calling the police? I don't think so. You didn't go to an urgent care? I didn't. You didn't tell the chiropractor what happened? No. Why not? I was scared. Okay, the girlfriend, what's her name? Sarah or Friday? Full name, please. I think Sarah, she say a name. I guess she don't know the girl's whole name. Something like that. It was a while ago. She was Mike's girlfriend. I don't remember her last name though. So then Westmoreland says, you got the government. You got the government. You told the government. You told the government she was Friday and that she wouldn't know anything. I'm not sure. So I guess she told the government that this girlfriend she had wouldn't be able to corroborate. She ain't know anything. On October 4, 2016, didn't you attend Mr. Combs' concert? She said, I don't remember the date, but yes, I went. So the judge said, just ask Miss Westmoreland. May we read the text? Judge said, proceed. Westmoreland said, you read Banner and I'll read Cass. So Bongolan, who was Banner, said, I don't know what I wrote. I don't know what I wrote. Westmoreland said, as Miss Ventura, Coolio, what time? She said, love ya. Thank you for yesterday. Westmoreland said, you're asking Cass if Puff would like a sweatshirt 2 weeks after you allege he held you over a balcony. She said, we were trying to be cool. Westmoreland said, repeat that, por favor. She said, repeat that. Bongolan said, we had the FaceTime call and we were trying to be cool. Westmoreland said, isn't it true that you continue to see Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura because Mr. Combs did not cause you those injuries? Bongolan said, part of the statement is true and part I can't agree with. Westmoreland said, you see your phone number on this? She said, yes. So a lot of people keep asking. I even seen some lawyer who was saying that those were dumb questions. It's not dumb, as I told you guys, at all to say, isn't it true it's because you're a liar? We know they're going to say they're not a liar. The point is, I've already pointed out 20 things prior to asking you, you lied about the assault, didn't you? That would make a jury be skeptical of that and still did the same thing. So you can tell somehow they have similar tactics on how they do cross. You're asking the question, do we think she's just going to say, y'all got me? Oh, no, I did lie. I lied. And I'm so sorry, government. Cuff me down. No, nobody thinks that. It's we led up to that point, and now we're going to say the reason why is because you lied. No, I didn't lie. Okay. And you keep it moving. But I've already placed the doubt that you're probably a liar. And you're like, just like you lied about everything else, you're lying about you saying you're not a liar. You get what I'm saying? So it's part of the methodology. And I think people don't get the methodology. So they're kind of like, that was a dumb question. Why would you just ask? Did you do it or it didn't happen, did it? So, you see your phone number on this? Yes. Westmoreland says, this text is from October 15th, 2016, from Mr. Combs to you. She said, yes. Westmoreland, Mr. Combs wrote, if you're going to do K with her, at least have her back. Do you remember seeing this? She said, yes. So Diddy is checking her, I guess, for probably something that happened. Was like, listen, if you're going to be doing drugs with her, you need to at least watch out for her. She said, yes. So then Westmoreland says, do you remember the Bad Boy reunion tour? You started on it, but didn't complete it. She said, maybe one or two. Westmoreland says, September 25th, 2016. The tour was at Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. True? She said, I'm not aware, not sure of the dates. Westmoreland said, he was on stage with Little Kim. She said, I don't know. And at the Harlem Salute to Achievement, objection, sidebar. So then they come back. Is this Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black? Includes September 26, 2016 in room breakfast for 231. You see? Yes. You agree one person can't be in two places at the same time? Oh, not they got the hotel receipt that he was going. Oh, wait. She said hard to say. Westmoreland said, you told the jurors Mr. Combs injured you in LA on September 26, 2016, correct? Sidebar. Hold on. Time's out. We need a sidebar. So then they come back, and Westmoreland's like, Mr. Combs did not cause your injuries in the photo you provided with metadata saying September 26, 2016. She said, I can't agree with that. Then Westmoreland said, a person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. She said, my answer is the same. Westmoreland said, no further questions. Drop the mic. Sheesh. I didn't see that coming. I did not see that coming. Westmoreland said, oh, okay. She's like, put me in, coach. Put me in. Diddy said, wow. Peach Family said, flag on the play. Whoa. I told you, I said, listen, Westmoreland is my hero. You said they take too many sidebars. Listen, they got a problem. They trying to stop what's happening. They can't object. But then when you do that as a juror, you might look like, and I've seen jurors that have said that, what are you trying to hide? Or if you do too many objections, you got to be strategic, because people are like, why are they objecting like this? And this is something I think the government has been doing with, see, this is crazy. This is nuts. You see that 504? No, they don't have, they probably downloaded and got it off the devices, Aaliyah. I don't think they have had all of them. Yeah, I was definitely at that Tory trial, and that evidence was evidencing. So I don't even want to have that conversation with people. And all this quote new evidence that I saw already at the trial is just tripping me out. I'm like, y'all do know on the Tory trial, y'all do know that the defense, which is their job, what Westmoreland just did, the defense pokes holes in it. And so they talked about Meg lying about saying she stepped on glass at first. They checked Meg about lying about sleeping with Tory when she didn't. They had a forensic person come up about DNA. It was 2-3 different people, I think, that talked about different things with DNA. They had a surgeon who actually removed the fragments. They showed an x-ray of the lady's foot. They showed where all of the things were. They showed when he pulled it out. Now they're saying the fragments are missing. Okay. If y'all think that the police always maintain all of the evidence that they could, they should, if they thought it was nefarious by not keeping it, what they should have done is said, do a motion in limine to preclude those bullet fragments because they requested them and they said they destroyed them allegedly. But remember, they said they destroyed the GUN. And then we had the LAPD come up and say it's still on fire. So that's a lie. So it seems like they're trying to relitigate the Tory case with information they already have. The only new information that I've seen was the hearsay within hearsay of Kelsey's driver. That was it. But I was one of the only ones when all of the rest was saying Tory about to get off. This is why people were disappointed. I was a small YouTuber. Like, I just started. I'm still small, but you know what I'm saying. I was probably less than 10,000. And people weren't really caring about my commentary because you had the big ones that was coming back that was so pro-Tory. They were feeding the media. This is why I said the media is organized ignorance, because people will have it seem like we're in the same. I remember being on the elevator with Milagro, and she said, yeah, I don't think that Kelsey's testimony that was recorded, she said, I don't think it really hurt. I don't even know why they even played it. I said, girl, that testimony was terrible. So I said, that audio is terrible. And it wouldn't even shock me if the jury want to hear it again. You think so? That was it. That was our whole conversation. Nobody in there. And I thought Tory's family was nice. They spoke to everybody. They were cordial, all of that. That was in that hallway. It was more drama in the hallway, like how it is outside of the Diddy trial. And I'm saying that it was like a us against them. So if you didn't agree with Tory, you was on this side of the hallway and you was just Meg, you were like Meg the Stallion people. If you was on this side of the hallway, you was pro Tory. I didn't know none of these people. So I came in and I reported it like it was. Now I'm getting people that's apologizing to me because apparently I was getting dragged, but I didn't know I was being dragged because that's just how small I was. So I didn't know. So apparently people were talking about me that were there saying I was giving false information. And now they apologizing and they like looking at my old videos because I literally was just reporting from my notes. I didn't know these people. I didn't have no allegiance to these people. And Quan, who was the driver, showed up after the delivery. Me, I'd have been like, we about to postpone this whole trial because I'm going to need Quan. Because Quan is supposed to be the one that's going to say Tory didn't do A, B, C, D, and E. So why we going to just allow this to go on? Quan came. He had a bench warrant. He showed up with his lawyer. They were deliberating. It would have been a problem for me. I'd have put it on the record. I got a problem with them continuously deliberating. He was a witness that needed to be, he got a bench warrant. He was a witness we need for our case. But some way they were just, I don't know what happened because we were outside of the courtroom when they talked about it. But he dealt with his bench warrant and he went on about his business. So, and then you didn't hear anything. But then after the fact, you had an affidavit from Quan saying A, B, C, D, and E. I don't know how helpful it was because I don't remember. But the problem with Quan is it's not new evidence because you knew he existed. New evidence is when you don't know something or someone has existed and it's firsthand direct knowledge of it. Quan was known. So how do you say that's new evidence from an affidavit from a man that actually showed up, even though after the fact, and you knew he was a part of it because of the warrant? So it was just so much with Tory. People want to believe what they want to believe. I just let people go ahead and believe what they want to believe. But I was in that courtroom and the government proved their case. That's all I'm saying. It's me. Yeah, because the thing is this, y'all. And y'all have to remember, the jury only goes, we see more on the internet than the jury sees. So we see people throwing out text or saying certain things or videos that may be deemed inadmissible. So the jury doesn't even consider that. And there were people on the jury that hadn't heard of Tory until this happened. So they had no reason to know all the back and forth and all of the banter between him and Kelsey and Meg. They didn't know that. So the evidence they had before them, I remember while they were deliberating, they asked for Sean Kelly's testimony again. And Sean Kelly, let me not forget about that. Sean Kelly is the quote unbiased witness because he didn't know none of these people. And it happened in his, like, by his house. It's alleged, and this is what they're coming out arguing again, which is ridiculous because you already crossed him on it, that his testimony changed putting the GUN into Tory's hands. So this is what they're going out talking about, and this representative from Florida, I guess, that's coming out to go challenge this, like she ain't got enough problems in her own state, but that's a whole nother conversation. This is what they're saying, like, it's so new with some video camera or whatever. He allegedly, I guess, said either he omitted some stuff or he changed his story. I can't say which one it is. I don't know if the new information can fit into the old information. Maybe the right question wasn't asked. I don't know. I don't want to say that. But what I do know is when Sean Kelly was on the stand, Tory's team genuinely looked shocked at his testimony. And they put him on the stand. The government did not put him on the stand. So they didn't even feel like they needed him, nor did they want him. So I would assume that they probably did think he was going to do all his testimony favorable to them. Well, apparently somebody asked an additional question, and it put the GUN in his and Tory's hand as well. They said an object was in the hand, then they heard the pow-pows and they heard the flashing. But again, he didn't see, it was in the dark. He ain't see it was, whether it was GUN or not, but it was the circumstantial evidence of a GUN. On cross-examination, they questioned him about his prior statement. So that's not new evidence because it was known to the defense at the time of trial. They crossed him on it, and the jury considered it and still said, guilty, 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 and guilty. Now, you as the public can think, well, it's too many inconsistencies, all this information. A lot of that inconsistencies was before the jury and they made their decision. They felt like it was okay beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's all I'm saying. If he got some new evidence, I'm for all of that, if that's the case. But what I've seen so far ain't new. That's all. They said Roc Nation paid the jury. Roc Nation. Lord Jesus. Sean Kelly too. RICO paid off all the neighborhood, the doctors, and the paid hospital to lie. I know you gotta be joking. I know they blame Roc Nation. Nobody from Roc Nation came and testified to anything. They never even testified. They didn't even get them for the minimal of saying for contract work. None of that. Kim West said, I don't think his story changed. The body cam shows him saying he saw a gunfire from the female and then it was cut off, and he said it was dark, so he wasn't sure. He said the little guy, I don't got my notes, but I remember him saying the little guy ran out and he had it in his hand and he seen the flashes or had an object in his hand. He just said an object. And he said it was flashing, which you can, again, circumstantial evidence. Somebody come in wet, you can assume it's raining outside. And that's where it came from. But they looked at his testimony. I believe they wanted to hear, I think the testimony of Kelsey is what jacked them up the most. Not because of her being on the stand, because she was just on there, I lied about everything, I plead the fifth. Like, she was under immunity and she still wouldn't give no testimony for real. She was she was hostile. She was a difficult, very, very difficult witness. Like, I probably would have gave up on her. Like, you know what? Girl, you gonna make me cuss you out. Like, for real. Like, I probably would have forgot this was a professional forum, the way she was acting. But what happened is the defense opened up the door for her interview. And that interview, she was cool. She was late. She was talking like we talking. Yeah, we were there and Tory ended. I'm like, Tory, why would you? Oh my God. Talked about the text messages, talked about the alleged bribe, sitting back, and she had 2 attorneys and she had her husband there. So she was in a relaxed state of which she went there and she gave her rendition, and the jury would have never heard it but for them opening the door. And that was the same video that people was making it like, oh, all they do is show clearly she's a liar. I'm like, no, actually that sounds more believable than what she doing on the stand. So no. And apparently the jury agreed with me because they convicted him. So I'm just saying those were like the 2 pieces of evidence that I remember they tried to look at again. They never said, hey, can y'all bring back the medical report again? Because we want to see if she really got fragments in her foot. They were like, and then for what he was accused of, you don't even have to cause injury. So it don't even matter. At the end of the day, the way the statute is, you don't even have to cause injury, but it does make it an aggravating factor. Destined for greatness. Yes, juries have wrongfully convicted people before. That's the area law that I do. And I'm almost really good at finding the ones that really are wrongfully convicted because I've done it a little bit. Whereas some people I talk to in the first 10 minutes, I'm like, nope. Then there's some people where in the first 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, they did you bad. And I haven't even slowly even looked into your case yet. And usually it pans out and I've been correct. So the immunity is what confuses me, to be honest, especially after watching this Diddy trial play out with all the immunity requests. So the fact that I think Kelsey knew the Kelsey defense. So why would I get on the stand and I know they're basically going to accuse me of committing unaliving somebody? Now, I think she says she did it because she lied to the police initially. And so she thought it would be consequences for her lying to the police. I don't know Kelsey's she hasn't really talked about this at all. So I don't even know her whole thought process. No, she didn't have total immunity. No, they very rarely give you. I think she had use immunity. Tory, just do your time and dodge the shanks. Listen, 504. Now the stabbing was very unfortunate. You don't wish that on nobody. It was awful. But I do think they used that as a way, because he was in the media, to start pumping out all of this stuff to get his name out there. They're trying to keep his name in the minds of people because it's out of sight, out of mind. After the Diddy trial, what you think happened to Shine? You ain't hear nothing about Shine, okay? And he did 10 years. So I think what he's doing is, any chance they get, either it's Meg is coming out, like she had her swimwear line. Something is going on with Meg. And then the stuff, it looks bad. So now they're coming after her, which now the people that are promoting this, Meg and them, are suing folks for it. And I believe, according to somebody that was on, and I don't know how true this is because I wasn't on there, but she sued Milagro. And so allegedly, on their hearing yesterday, they requested the judge give her a gag order. Well, she can't talk about the case. I don't know how true it is because this is hearsay within hearsay. But yeah. And there's already a restraining order against a man that's in prison, Tory, because they feel like he has all of these mouthpieces that's still harassing this lady. And I'm going to tell you, when I was in that trial and they were showing pages created, the I Hate Meg pages, I think that would take an emotional and mental toll on anybody. I don't care how Teflon Don you think you are. It was horrible. I wish he wouldn't have pow-powed you in the foot, but would have pow-powed you in your head. Like, why is it that serious? He's a rapper. Like, you don't even know this man. He could be at home terrorizing everybody. Y'all don't know him. You know the persona Tory Lanez. You don't know Daystar Peterson. So how do you wish that on somebody and you don't even know this man like that? It's weird. So E-Boogie says, so did Bonna perjure herself? No, well, no, that's up to the government to decide. Maybe they're going to try to say she don't know the exact date or something. Listen, I don't know. I just heard on another lot of surprise guests. I don't know. I'm just going to watch it as it comes. So I don't know. I'm going to watch it as it comes, y'all. Let's see if they did anything else after the mic drop. See, I told you. I was like, she gonna say she don't know the exact date. I told you that's all she. Woo! So they're back. All right. So this is the AUSA. Did you ever review the notes taken in your interview? So now they saying she ain't review it for accuracy. So that's why they inaccurate. She said no. Did you give Cassie permission to put your name in her complaint? She said no. After she filed, I hit her up to tell her of the mistakes. Tiffany wasn't there. And it seems like Tiffany said she was there. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, what does Tiffany have to do with this? Because she is the one that's like a writer that has been and she ain't came out yesterday. That's why I was wondering. I believe I don't know. Tiffany talked about this, but I can't remember if she said she was there or not. But she's saying Tiffany wasn't there. That's what was in the complaint. And I feel like Tiffany may have said that she was there, but I ain't sure. I would have to go back to her little videos and stuff and see. So I can't double check. So she's saying in that complaint, when Tiffany said she was there, she wasn't really there. I mean, not Tiffany said it. I guess in the complaint for Cassie, she said it. But let me see, because she can't stand Puff. Can't stand them. She was friends with Cassie. She put up her picture with all of them or something not too long, but I'm gonna have to go find it. I'm gonna have to go find it when she did that interview. But anyway, let me get back on point. The government said when you filed your lawsuit, was its reports of the balcony the same or different from Cassie's? She said different. Is what you said today your best recollection? Yes. The demand letter of your first lawyer, did you write them? No. The demand letter that said Mr. Combs squeezed your breast so hard you had bruises, had you said that? No, ma'am. So you need to drop that lawsuit then. Do you demonstrate with hand motions? Please do. He started at my armpit. Were they on your breast? Yes. So she's saying like picked her up maybe like this so it touched her breast. Do you yourself know the exact date of the balcony incident? No. Why not? It was a while ago. Well, why even put a date on there? Didn't I say she was going to say she didn't know the exact date? Any doubt Mr. Combs held you off the balcony? No doubt. Nothing further. Recross? She like, yes. That's what Westmoreland said. She said, in a follow-up interview with the government, you gave them pictures of your leg injury with metadata. True? She said, I gave them pictures. Then Westmoreland said, when you sued Mr. Combs, you weren't rich. She said, I was not. You saw this as a chance to make $10 million. True? She said the judge would review. Oh, it would have been up to the judge. I didn't know what I was going to make. It means a lot to you to become a millionaire and soon, right? No, I am here for justice. Meaning money, nothing further. That daggone Westmoreland. She said, oh, your justice means money. Okay, nothing further. 504 says she must have watched the 5 heartbeats before she filed. She's confusing Diddy with Red. It's Mimi said, I was shocked to learn Cassie didn't go to rehab until after the birth of her first or both. That's what I said. I was like, so she was with Alex Fine. So he might have like a hero complex because that's a lot to take on. If she was with an abuser that long and she was a drug addict and she still was doing drugs until 2022 when she started taking the medication. In 2023, I guess she went to rehab. Y'all can't tell me Alex Fine ain't been through it. You can't tell me that. But you know, y'all okay with that. Y'all be like, Alex Fine, the man, it don't matter. He's a hero. Of course, she won't remember the exact date or day because they were all of them on drugs, memory loss. Well, say that in the beginning. Why even say September? That's the point. That's what I said. I'm like, if you don't know the exact date, you say in or around September. Her stuff in California. I don't think I ever. Is Tracy here? Tracy, if you on here, did you ever pull this lawsuit? Because I don't remember pulling it. I know it's in California. And I think it's in state court, so I can't just put it like that. I need the case number. I believe Alex was probably doing some drugs with her. I don't believe he was clean either. That's from Elite Leo. Ain't that badgering the witness? And what? No, that's called cross-examination. Ray. That's called cross-examination. Why y'all keep saying that? Yes, please hit that like button, please, and thank you. Why y'all keep saying that? I'm 30 minutes back in your live. Can't miss a thing. R.E. Ryan Leslie being in love with this teenager. Cassie testified that Puff introduced her to oral. Question, should she have been impeached? What you going to impeach her on, whether he introduced her to oral or not? Or is that really relevant? Like she still is a domestic violence victim. And so you have to handle people with who, with that in mind. So somebody like this lady, yeah, I probably would have just crossed the mess out of her because you didn't ask for money. You don't know the exact time. Your stories didn't change. You're blaming it on your lawyer. You was a drug dealer. You was drugging, doing drugs, leaving Cassie allegedly because the text message apparently shows Diddy saying like, if you gonna do this type of K with her and you know how she is and the K hole and all that extra stuff, like have her back. Don't just leave her out here uncovered. So you doing all this, yeah, I would have straight crossed her. But like a Cassie that has obviously been through some rough things. You want to be very, very careful and strategic to try to embarrass her, like, well, who really taught you how to do slobby knob? Like, no, that's not important enough to have a juror look at you and hate your guts for your lack of empathy. So the hardest part about defense is weighing. But Westmoreland done tore up Don Richard. She just done tore up this lady right here. So little baby said, I don't think he had an addiction. If he did, she would probably still be on it. Two addicts typically feed off each other. Or you have people too where they both go to rehab together and one actually takes it serious and the other one doesn't. And then you have where they still want to save the other person. I've seen that with a couple of people in my neighborhood. And it was like, dang. They like, listen, I'm gonna take care of them regardless. Is it legal to create a shell company in mom's name to collect money for using his name and likeness? I don't know about the shell company part, but you can charge people for using your name and likeness because what it's a licensing that you give. So like a lot of my stuff is trademark protected. So, I could have dinged a whole lot of people, but I don't be doing that. But so when you actually have that and he branded his name and likeness, he can say you're using my stuff and da 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 da. Now, how you choose to get the money, a shell company to get it? I mean, is it a company where it's a licensing? The purpose is when people want to use your name and likeness, that you created a company specifically for that. Maybe it's okay. I don't know the facts enough to answer that question. Because it could be legit. You do a business and it's specifically for people that want to license your name or brand or whatever, or use it in your audio or video or whatever that you want to do. Use it in your Netflix series, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I think so. People have brought that up. Pam, do you think we might find out that it was Cassie that was the addict first and got Diddy involved, like Bobby and Whitney? Some people say it got worse over time with Diddy, so maybe they exasperated each other. And then people didn't look at ecstasy and stuff, I guess, as drugs. It was like an actual enhancement. So perhaps that's what he was using, is that type of party drugs or that stuff for those type of relations. And then it got harder and harder as he progressed. I don't know. What I want to know though is if KK is gonna testify. That's what I want to know. I want to know if KK, because she been real quiet, as if she came out and said all of this stuff people are saying about me is not true. I would never allow this stuff that they're saying is happening. Da 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 da. So I am wondering if KK got immunity and she gonna be the last bomb because they mention her too much. They mention her name. Her and D-Rock, they are mentioned so much that there's no way you don't know their name and you wouldn't be like, why aren't they testifying? Or on the flip side, if she just was like, I ain't being cooperative, it wasn't like that. And he done already told her, you ain't got to worry about it. I got your lawyer fees if something happens. Listen, I don't know. But her testimony is going to be what I want to hear. What do KK got? AK said allegedly Diddy got hooked on prescription after Kim cut him defending herself. That happens too. When people start taking pain medication, they like, ooh, this feels kind of good. Ooh, I like it here. I'm in a whole nother dimension. And then once the pain is subsided, they still like, I still like it here and I want to go back. And so that is a gateway. A lot of pills are gateways to other things. Well, she may be an unindicted co-conspirator. They are all of these names that you guys have heard are allegedly a part of the enterprise. This is racketeering conspiracy. So it would make sense if all of these D-Rock, KK, all these people that had immunity, which were the assistants, all you got to do is go back to the indictment. The indictment says security guards, employees, upper staff, assistants are all a part of the enterprise. So that means you would be a part of the conspiracy. So really, that's not breaking news to be like, oh, so-and-so might be a co-conspirator. They're alleging it in the indictment. That's exactly what they're alleging. You said KK ain't doing no life for him. Tanya said, that's why I ain't never tried no drugs. Listen, they used to hammer that in our head in our neighborhood, but then I learned that it was kind of subliminal. The DARE program, there's actually a book out there of how the drug abuse resistant education under Reagan actually contributed to the epidemic in a lot of our urban neighborhoods. And it was because, honestly, by them telling us what not to do, a lot of us didn't even know what the heck the drugs were. So it almost introduced us to what it was. And they said, actually, statistically, when they rolled those programs out, the statistics were higher of it than it was before. Did y'all know that? It's very interesting. Y'all gotta read up on that. Elite Leo said Milagro has until June 12th to either retain new counsel or file a notice of intent to proceed pro se. Failure to do so may result in the entry of a default. Oh, she's stuck between a rock and a hard place, because I'm sure they got depositions happening in her deposition, and they actually gave her grace because they told her 30 days. So the courts must have, because she's in this situation, they probably would prefer her to have an attorney, because her going pro se would just be a lot. It's hard for attorneys to practice in federal court, let alone non-attorneys. So she would have to have a deposition and sit for her own dep by herself, not know what's permissible, what's not permissible, what she probably should be pleading the fifth on, maybe not. Like, she doesn't know any of that stuff. So that's unfortunate. I don't wish that on anybody. I just wish people to treat people the way they want to be treated. You wouldn't have these situations. Ain't no way in the world I would have went hard like that for no Tory Lanez. I just would not. Ain't no way in the world I would still be talking about this lady stepped on glass when I was sitting in the courtroom and seeing them say they removed the bullets, but then, or fragments, and then have a whole conversation to say, but it was this person, it was rock. Like, it's not worth it. You can have your beliefs. She can literally say, I think the jury got it wrong. That's what I do for a living. I think the jury or the judge got it wrong. But to just like act like the evidence ain't there to the point where people on the internet is harassing somebody, you got to draw a line. That's all. So let's go on. Judge said, thank you, Miss Bongolan. You may go. People was already talking about how wild it was yesterday. It was like they labeled her the most terrible witness. Now, Don Richard had it at first, but now they said she was. Is there an exhibit? Publish it. So Shapiro said, we object under Rule 106. So after the break, jurors, there'll be food for you in there. All rise. So about these text message chains, this is from the judge. These are screenshots of messages between Miss Ventura and Christina Coram. It first involved Miss Ventura saying her phone was thrown off the balcony. Then about Miss Bongolan, the defense wants more in. The government said they want in Miss Coram's message that he says that didn't happen. But that's self-serving hearsay with no exception. So basically, it sounds like Cassie contacted KK, told him about this alleged balcony incident. Diddy told she asked Diddy about this incident. Diddy responded, that never happened. The defense wants it to come in as a, probably say that it's a complete statement, but it is self-serving, because that's like you texting and I know that there's a text thread. This is kind of what made Tory's thing seem more believable when he was saying some of the things he was saying, because it's like, that's, some people may respond and say, I didn't do that, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like what Kid Cudi said when they met. He said, ask Diddy about the torching of the vehicle, and Diddy was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. So they're saying that's self-serving, and so it shouldn't be admitted. So the judge said the allegedly completing statements are not admissible, because they're trying to say it completes the statement. So they're not going to allow that in. Then the judge said, Mr. Agnifilo, your client was looking at jurors and nodding vigorously. This can't continue, or I will give a limiting instruction you won't like, or other measures, including barring your client from the courtroom. Do you understand? Yes. So Diddy was in there like, y'all see this? Mm-mm. And you looking at the jurors like, I know y'all don't believe this. You see this girl just lying on me like that? This is a whole money grab. That's what it is. Let me look up her name. Woman lawsuit. So they are at lunch right now. Let me see. And then I don't know who the next witness is. I don't know. They did not say. Let's see. That's all that. Where's the lawsuit? Civil lawsuit file. It's not on her. Let me see. Was it December? Okay, this is December 4th. Diddy accused a dangling woman from high balcony. Let me pull this article up. Make sure y'all hit the like button, please. Thank you so much. Let's see. So this was in December. Not getting no free advertisement on here. Shoot. December 4, 2024. Dang. Diddy accused a dangling woman from high balcony in new suit. Sean Diddy Combs has been accused in a new lawsuit of dangling a woman from the 17th floor balcony of an apartment during an altercation. The lawsuit, filed in Los Angeles by fashion designer Bryana Bongolan, alleges the incident happened in 2016 while she was at the home of Mr. Combs' then girlfriend Cassandra Cassie Ventura. It is the latest in more than 24 lawsuits accusing him of several offenses, including sexual assault, hugging people, threatening witnesses, and causing physical harm. The music mogul is also facing federal charges. Blase. Okay, Ms. Bongolan says she was spending the night at Ms. Ventura's apartment when Mr. Combs started shouting and banging on the front door. The lawsuit says after coming inside the home, Mr. Combs allegedly confronted Ms. Bongolan, who was on the balcony at the time. The lawsuit states he allegedly grabbed and molested her. He then lifted her up and started dangling her from the balcony of the unit. At the time of the incident, Ms. Bongolan weighed about 100 pounds, according to the lawsuit. It claims Ms. Bongolan attempted to resist him, throwing her weight back in a desperate struggle to avoid being thrown to the ground and likely to her death, but Mr. Combs easily overpowered her. The lawsuit states Ms. Ventura came outside to intervene, and Mr. Combs allegedly pulled Ms. Bongolan back over the ledge by slamming her into the patio furniture. Didn't she say ain't nobody see this? And after about 15 seconds, he threw her on the couch. So now, according to the lawsuit, it has Cassie came outside to intervene and Mr. Combs pulled Miss Bongolan back over the ledge by slamming her onto the furniture. So now Cassie, I guess, according to this, is in the lawsuit as being helping came out to intervene. It continues. In court, the truth will come to light, demonstrating the claims against Mr. Combs without merit. Ms. Bongolan claims she did not and still does not know what provoked the alleged incident. According to the suit, she's seeking $10 million in damages from the rapper. Now, how you getting mad? How are you getting mad at Blackburn, but your lawsuit still got $10 million and you read it? In the lawsuit, Ms. Bongolan alleged that it was a culmination of series of threats, intimidation, and violence that colored many of Ms. Bongolan's interaction with Mr. Combs from the day she met him. The allegations echo an incident noted in a separate lawsuit filed by Ms. Ventura against Mr. Combs. That lawsuit, which was filed in 2023 and settled the day after, alleged abuse, rape, and ex trafficking. It noted an episode at Ms. Ventura's apartment when Mr. Combs picked up one of Miss Ventura's friends like a child and dangled the friend over the balcony. Ms. Bongolan also alleges that she endured terror and abuse from Combs throughout their professional relationship, which began when the music mogul approached her to collaborate on projects such as clothing lines and album cover art. Mr. Combs is being held in jail. So apparently, from this version, it looks like Cassie intervened. AAJ said, y'all believing in drug dealers and dope heads. Now let me guess, because she's a woman. Livy P said, do people normally stay in close touch with their dope dealers after they get clean? Anybody got the answer on here? Because I ain't got it. Stay said, a dangling lie. Not a dangling lie. Cassie and Bango done cooked up a lie so her drug partner could get some cash. Maybe some jurors that think that. Right next. No, she just said Cassie's story was wrong. She said that Tiffany wasn't there. So so she was saying there was some. My bad. I kicked myself out of here. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I kicked myself out my own little stage. So yeah, I gotta look. I'm gonna look up her lawsuit, but we'll be on to the next one by the time I find it. So it may not be worth looking up. But So apparently they're back. Judge says I could stay past 4. My sentencing's been adjourned, so I could stay late. But Miss Shapiro, she said, I have meetings with lawyers in another matter. I want to be here for all of Jane, a key witness. We'll end at 4. So apparently Jane Doe must be coming up next. We want to see what Jane got to say. In some places, they do depositions prior to conducted prior to criminal trials. In some states, they do. You said, I thought they got you. They don't want me doing the look. I'm out here trying to give all perspectives here. Diddy ain't my fave, but Shoot, some of y'all might, well, y'all probably be like, I know her. May I be excused from the jury? I follow her on YouTube and we talk a lot. So you guys probably, none of y'all probably be on my jury. But like, shoot, I'm trying to get people to think differently because it's kind of scary for people to just, oh, it's a woman and they got a couple of bruises. So it's all, Like, no, I need you to weigh both sides. Now, after you hear all the evidence, if you feel like he guilty of everything, I ain't got no problem with it. Or I don't, for the most part, unless it's just ridiculous and we find out it's a bunch of withheld evidence or exculpatory evidence not turned over, then I could rock with the jury. And I thank them for what they've done, even if it ain't what I like. But that's the system that we're in. And it's one of the better systems that you don't have to worry about the dictatorship of it all. Is it the most perfect? No. Do I think it needs to be torn down and rebuilt? Yes. But the concept and theory behind it is supposed to be democracy and due process. I can rock with that. You get me? Said, I don't trust any of these people. Everyone was on drugs, from Diddy, Cassie, and everyone's best friends are close to Cassie too. That's true, Kim. Anything's possible. I don't know these people. That's why I say that all the time. I'm like, y'all don't hear my intro where it say I don't do it for a check. I ain't bought. Like, no, I just, these are, to me, that's why I feel like jurors should be trained. I think at least one time you should have a booklet or something. So you can have where you can set your emotions aside. And honestly, normally polling jurors, they'll tell you, I don't like your client, I don't really like you. They'll tell you how they feel and you give them the open opportunity to do so. And they'll tell you, like, I hate all of it, but I followed the law and I couldn't convict your client. But I do think your client is garbage. I could be like, dang, okay. I do think your client's a whole liar, but I just don't think that the government has what it needs. Yeah. Kim said people still calling Tina Turner a liar. Well, it was people around that when that stuff was happening with Ike. And I think Ike knows that Tina was his biggest fumble of a lifetime. And the biggest thing with Ike, it seems like he got jealous of her blowing up. Like, it was cool when I was the head guy and I was at the club and you was coming to see me. But then when you became like the centerpiece where people wasn't even trying to interview me at all, they just want to interview you, that jealousy and rage came up. And so they say, like, when Ike died, they talking about, we believe he died from a broken heart. Like, cut it out. You mad she was able to go on and still make it without you. But you can't be beating on Tina like that. Pam said, I know this ain't much, but can we get the actual transcript for James' testimony? Oftentimes inner city can't type. They sure don't. I'll see if I can get it for you, TLC, is necessary. Thank you for the super chat. I'll put my order in. That's what freaks me out about jury trials. This is from Ray. Their emotions, biases, and inability to avoid conflated facts and situations. Don't convict me because you don't like my lawyer. So that's why you get a lot of lawyers that's like, because sometimes we do get impassionate and they might be like how some of you guys are saying, isn't that badgering? If you're that think that. So you stand there and you let them, listen, please don't hold anything against my client if you don't like me. I am just a zealous advocate. I believe in my client and I feel like it is an honor to represent my client. And where you have that honorable responsibility, you want to do your best. You want to take away all the woulda, shoulda, maybe. So every little stone you just don't want to leave unturned. And sometimes that comes across as if I may be being a bit aggressive, but it's just I believe in my client and I'm a zealous advocate. And then you just go on to all of the stuff on what the government didn't prove or what the state didn't prove. And they told you in the opening they was going to show this, and that. Did you see that? No, you don't see no coercion at all. You see a man who is violent. His name is Puffy based off of his temper. And you go through all of that or whatever. But yeah, you can like basically tell the jurors, like, please, I get it. But the passion you see in me is just the care and concern I have for my client that I know didn't do it. That's all. Banner says she got clean January 2nd, 2018. Yeah, that was her. She tattooed it. Big Boy said the movie was fabricated. Okay. Denise said he died from a broken ego. Deary said, I've been called to jury duty several times. Lawyers say, I know the defendant. I don't be knowing them people from a can of paint. Well, I've actually had judges in my jury pool that I've been in front of. That happened here. I think there was a lawyer who had actually did trials in front of this judge before. And of course, he was dismissed for cause. But that's one of the things too, is it's jury of your peers, and that could be anybody that lives around you in that county, even judges. So you may end up where the attorney's got to say, oh, so it lets you know too that nobody's exempt. Everybody is supposed to or expected to do jury duty. But yeah. A lot of people had a lot of good things to say about Ike. Most people view of Ike is via Lawrence Fishburne. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying. And that's their experience too. Some people, there's a lot of people out here, and especially if you come from the church world, where these pastors and stuff, they come across like they are the best. All right. Nothing, they're charismatic. They have a level of manipulation. So they're able to reel you in. That's why you got people, even when stuff is on video, and they still got their congregants windmilling for their pastor, because that's not who they know. Now, when you walk through the door of a house, you may not know that pastor may be beating them, cheating on them, be abusing kids. You don't know what's happening. So that's the thing. You just don't know what happened behind closed doors. And I think so. Tina, of course, Ike has always denied this. But again, she had people that were part of the Ikeettes. One of the ladies that she had, I think there's people that are attempted to corroborate some of the stuff she said. Now, is everything true? Probably not. And things have to be interesting for the masses. You know, you're not going to be boring. That's why I said with Making the Band, you knew he was going to sit up there and make people do outlandish things to be like, for the shock factor, or starting arguments. That's what he alleged with Lorianne Gibson. That part of that was because that's what you need, the drama for reality TV, and that's what's expected. Yeah, they meet the representative. A lady said Jamal Bryant, for example, has haters and lovers. Y'all do not know what RICO is, but y'all go off. You're talking about predicate acts. There are elements to RICO. Let's just say it was extortion. They proved extortion. They proved arson. They proved sex trafficking. They proved distributing drugs. That's what they're trying to get out of these people. But to me, with this lady, it seemed like more so she sold the drugs. So all of these are predicate acts. Witness intimidation, obstruction of justice. That's what they're trying to say with the video. Obstruction of justice. Those are predicate acts. You only need 2. But you got other elements you got to prove before you even get there. And I think that's what people are looking. If those crimes were within the statute and they were all charged individually, I would agree with you. But to say that it qualifies for RICO is a whole nother thing. And again, this is RICO conspiracy too. So do I believe it's a lower burden that they have to prove? Yeah. Do I think they got a lot of information if they can sell it in a way that they're trying to do, which we know how the government is trying to do coercion and all of that stuff? Like if they can sell it in a way where the jury says, yeah, that fits, then yes, then my God, they may have it. But if I'm looking at it from the perspective of how the law and the statute and the intent was supposed to be, I don't see it yet. But if I'm just looking at from, okay, if you deduce this, you believe this, and you go to here and you go to there, okay, I can see where they're going with it and what they're trying to do. But do I believe the intent the historical pattern of it and every or the reasoning behind it was actually fulfilled. I don't necessarily believe that. That's all I'm saying. Well, there's nothing. They're gonna do conspiracy. Part of it is because it wasn't for financial gain. He actually spent money in order to get these people. And I don't think you don't have to show effects of interstate commerce. You don't got to show that. I don't believe in the conspiracy. So yeah, I don't know. Y'all getting a crash course on RICO and racketeering conspiracy. I think people just wanted to be there, and I understand. So the jury enters and says, first, the stipulation, a seizure at Miami Airport of Christina Coram's cell phone. These are true excerpts. Published the exhibit. It got a text bubble with Cassie dangles over ledge. OMG. Metadata shows September 30th, 2016. Bring witness in. So that's the first thing. So they stipulated that there was a seizure of the phone, a text bubble from Cassie saying dangles over edge, OMG. But it was from September 30th of 2016. Little baby said not financial gain, but social gain to not hurt his finances. Yeah, when you have conspiracy, you don't have to follow all the way through. Like you don't even have to complete the enterprise. You don't have to. So it is a difference. I think people are comparing this to RICO when really the conspiracy is easier to even prove, like it's even easier. But it's whether people understand it too. So I think that's what the government. So when you have RICO conspiracy, is you agreed or conspired with one or more persons to conduct or participate in the conduct of an enterprise's affairs through a pattern of racketeering. So it is a federal crime for two or more persons to agree or conspire to commit any offense against the United States, even if they never actually achieve their objective. So the conspiracy is basically you don't even have to complete it. It's just you had an objective to do what you've done. A conspiracy is a kind of criminal partnership. In order for you to find them guilty of conspiracy to conduct or to participate in the conduct of an enterprise's affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity, you must find the government prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the three elements. First, that two or more persons agree to conduct or participate directly or indirectly in the conduct of an enterprise's affairs through a pattern of racketeering. Do that not sound confusing just within itself? So how they break it down, maybe they'll break it down further. That basically the defendant was a party to or a member of the agreement. And third, that the joint agreement or conspiracy, knowing of its objective to conduct, participate directly or indirectly in the conduct of an enterprise's affair through a pattern. So you have to have like an agreement and they have to know what the objective is. So that's why I said I want to see KK because KK might be the person, in my opinion. All of this other stuff looks like predicate X, but you got to show how it joined together and you know what I'm saying? So that's what I said. I want to see what Christina got to say. So, like, I believe in the conspiracy. You don't even have to prove that the enterprise actually existed, or that I think they don't have to show how it affected interstate or foreign commerce. You have to show that in just the regular RICO. That you have to show. So the agreement to commit a RICO is the essence of RICO conspiracy. I ain't trying to confuse y'all more than what it is, but I just think a lot of people just don't get it. That's all. So it's the agreement to commit a RICO offense is the essence of a RICO. Let me see what else they talking about on here. Cause let's see. See, that's what makes it murky is when you have personal assistants, that's what their job is. Their job is to do what you tell them to do. And that's part of your job description. I think what someone said in the chat before, the problem that Diddy is having is there was a lot of crossing the lines with business and friendship. Not just with Cassie, but even with these other people. Y'all doing drugs together. Y'all doing all this stuff. Then you have people come on trying to, can you separate it? Because he had a black card, his security. They were his personal security. How was they getting paid? Were they getting paid personally by Diddy? Or was this security? This could have been security provided as part of his job with Bad Boy. But it's still personal because they at your house. They spending the night at your house. So how do you really separate that? I'm just saying when they expanded it, it just makes it a little bit more convoluted on how you fit it in. That's all. That's all. Technically. Absolutely. Technically. Because if you're saying that's ex trafficking, how you not, if you setting it up yourself, or prostitution, if you calling them and saying, why don't you come over? Why ain't you being charged with prostitution? You know what I'm saying? Like, because to me, that's a conspiracy to commit the RICO you talking about happened. And I don't think she had immunity, because if she did, they would have asked her that question. But they have her as a victim. And it's very difficult to have say you were the victim of it, but then say you were a part of the actual enterprise or the conspiracy. So it was murky. But they needed Cassie in her lawsuit. She alleged ex trafficking in her lawsuit. So I don't know. That's what's difficult for me right now. I want to see KK. I want to see, and all the other people. He had assistants who got medicine in their names and pills in their name. So because he couldn't get the pills, because they flagged that you can only get so much. So yeah, it's just I don't know. Hey Michi, it's good to see you. Yes, that's an issue, because that was his girlfriend. Sometimes even at businesses, like I've had staff where they use their money for gas to go visit someone or whatever in prison, and then I'm gonna reimburse your money with the if it's business, I'm gonna reimburse it. So it may spill over a little bit with the personal, so they're using like credit cards, trying to see if what if he's there, he's going for a BET awards. He says that's a business expense, but he has a freak off at the same time. So how are you separating, like he personally did this freak off and he was getting this room for that because his girl was there, even though they had to pay for it anyway? That's like people, they pay for you to come and perform, but your husband comes with you and stay in the same room as you. but they really only, obviously they're just paying for one room, so it's for business. So there's some things that end up being hybrid. And to me, it seems like those security guards are a bit hybrid. So I don't know, y'all. It's just it's very complicated, and I think people simplifying it is just not thoroughly thinking it out by simplifying it the way they are. I don't think it's that simple, but I think who he is basically what the problem is, what he's done to people, and he cannot deny kicking this lady like a rag doll outside of them elevators in that hallway. And so I don't know. Darlene Burrell, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. That was so dope and kind of you. They're not getting the ex traffic conviction with Cassie. That situation is too messy, but they got other elements. They do. They got, well, the ex trafficking is also a separate charge. There are 2 counts. So Jane Doe, who is testifying today, and then you have, she might be on now. Let's see. Who's testifying, and then you have Cassie, who was the first victim. So, alleged first victim. So, on the stand, they got Enrique Santos, who's worked at the SDNY prosecutor's office for 17 years. I've done 3,000 cell phone extraction. These 3 iPhones, whose were they? Cassandra Ventura. One had a change IMEI number. It has been repaired. If a user takes a screenshot, what is the metadata? The creation date, modified date, where it is stored. This exhibit is another extraction. Yes, no further questions. The defense says some deleted messages remain. Santos said yes. So I guess he just came on to authenticate a text message. And then the date on there, I don't know where they got this September 26th date from then. If y'all gonna say, nah, September 30th. I'm so confused. Hold on. Now I gotta go back. The screenshot was captured September of 2016, shortly after the incident. That's them arguing. Okay. No, because Westmoreland asked her, is this Trump International Hotel stay for Frank Black? Yes. You agree one person can't be in 2 places at the same time. Hard to say. You told the jurors Mr. Combs injured you in LA on September 26, 2016. Did not Mr. Combs, so Mr. Combs did not cause you the injuries in the photo you provided with metadata saying September 26, 2016. She said, I can't agree with that. So this was actually a picture of her, I guess, with the alleged injuries on September 26th, and she's saying that's when it happened. So it got the date. So now it looks like the government has come back with an exhibit that says the 30th, when she says something about, Cassie says something about dangling them off the balcony. But again, that would have been like 4 days later if the 26th is the day, or is the government trying to say the 26th wasn't the day? I don't know. Sound like doubt. I don't know. And IMEI changes usually to hide the identity of a phone, like changing a VIN number on a car. Could be cloning too. Look at Ray. They need you on their team, Ray. You said it could be cloning. David said, is it possible that Diddy purposefully had her to be the one to make the call, even if she didn't really want to, but from fear of getting abused, she did it? I don't know. He said that's not common. You said she's a co-conspirator and a victim. But that's very difficult when you say a RICO because you have to, a conspiracy RICO, you have to have an agreement to basically commit a crime. So it's hard to get you out of the victim mode and actually be a part of the mastermind. So I see what you're saying, and some people have said that. And if she's participating and getting the people and getting the drugs and on the drugs and all that, yes, it sounds like most of the things that they're alleging, except for the stuff with Kid Cudi, some of the things that they are alleging was a part of him. So they're saying even with the videotape from the hotel, there were allegations, I guess, that she wanted the video to go away as well from the hotel incident. So we know he's offered to pay an ex-worker before millions of dollars to make it go away for her. So why would it just be him in trouble if they're saying it's a form of bribery or obstruction of justice? It would be obstruction of justice for her too if that's what she wanted because she thought it would affect her career. So, but again, I think because we know she was abused, it's hard for people to even fathom that she may have done things that weren't the best decisions on her own as well, or that she was a part of any criminal activity. And that's what I think the mindset is for a lot of people. They don't care what you say about Cassie. Y'all see she got abused, and let me pull up the DSM to why she did everything she did. It's always going to be a reasoning why she did whatever she did and why she stayed, why she participated, and why she was a part of the conspiracy because people saw the video. And I think it's having the effect that the government wanted it to have. He said they might try to get their money back. Listen, she got that 10 million. She said, I'm off. A lady said, I'm surprised selling, like Odie said in his police interview, allegedly wasn't a part of this. Can we review the Audi interview? I might have to do that in the membership. I don't think I could do it out here because they'll flag your channel. A lot of these bigger spots. So I don't need them type of problems. And I hate going back in to cut it out. Then I got to make it the right place so it don't sound crazy when people watch the replay. That's what I had to do when I did that little part MTV video. They came in copywriting real quick. I was like, dang. And I had to cut it out. So let's see. Why I gotta move this over to a closer tweet. Tenny Garagos said the September 30th is the capture date of the screenshot, correct? He said, yes, thank you. So basically, she don't corroborate. She just going probably by what the girl told her. That's what they're establishing. That's not corroboration. She just going by what her friend told her. So the next witness, so then the government said, first, some sealed exhibits under the pseudonym order and because actually explicit 1503. At this time, we call Jane. Miss Comey, bring the witness in. Please confirm that all the exhibit screens in the public gallery are off. Deputy said they are. So we about to get into Jane now, y'all. Let's see. So we'll start from that exhibit. Come on, Jane. We've been waiting on you, Jane, because we want to know. She was messing with Diddy. Allegedly, she was participating in these freak offs since last year. He was freaking it off until he got locked up. Okay. He said, for the last hoorah, I don't know when I'll be able to do these freak offs again. And he was like, I need one for the road. So allegedly, they're saying he was doing. They found all the things in the room that he was in, all the things of the things. So the indictment says she started messing with him, I think, in 21, and she stopped in 24. Wang. Diddy said, listen, just in case this don't go the way I think my money's going to make it go. Let me do one time for the one time. So we going to see what Jane has to say. We've been waiting on you, Jane. Let's see what Jane got to say. They trying to make sure that don't nothing come up, it looks like, from those exhibits. It sounds like they're more concerned about that. Oh. Somebody had this question where it says the docket also say he is being charged with ex trafficking of children. Why is that not being mentioned? Because it's not true. The statute that they do it on it under is called ex trafficking of children or by force, coercion, and fraud. So he is being accused of ex trafficking by force, coercion, or fraud. And I think it is misleading the way the caption is, because a couple of people had said the same thing. They was like, why does it say that that he's being accused of ex trafficking of children? And I'm like, that's just the way the statute reads. Seems like it should be separate, but they don't have it separate. 50 BM, yes. 2021 to 24. Okay, don't put. I don't know who this lady is, but listen, I don't want no smoke from the court. So if y'all know whoever she is, please don't put it in my chat. Like, for real. I don't even care if y'all trying to be funny. Don't even be funny. Don't be, So Jane takes the stand. So inner city is not describing her physical appearance, so they're not supposed to. Where did you grow up? California. Your level of college, junior college, then modeling. With whom did you have a relationship from 2021 to 2024? Sean Combs. So she's saying she had a relationship. She was the girlfriend. I ain't even see all y'all. They giving people smoke for putting the name out there. If y'all want to DM me, like I told you before, Ray, and you sent it, I don't got a problem with that. But actually putting it out there, the government is using that as reasons to try to ban people from courtrooms, doing a whole lot of stuff. So I just don't want to be in that number just in case I decide to slide myself down there to the Southern District of New York. Okay. No worries, Ray. No worries. Thank you, Raynette. Don't do me like that. Don't have me over there. Don't have me over there. I done had an issue with a judge in Georgia before over some old other stuff. I'm just trying to give y'all the content. Don't get me banned before I get there. All right, that's all I ask. The ancestors. They probably can scour the internet and see who he was with around that time. I don't know. And then depending on what her profession is, I think that's one of the ways they were able to tell about Diddy with the other Mia, because she was saying some things that made it kind of easy to deduce who it was. But yeah. She said, can we use allegedly? No, we're not gonna put their name out there. She wanna be private. I'm gonna let her be private. Okay. So they asked, with whom did you have a relationship in 21 and 20 to 24? Sean Combs. And what did you call him? Sean, baby, Ernie. Why Ernie? We did that. I was Bert. Not they was Ernie and Bert. That's so cute. And when did you meet him? On a girls' trip to Miami in 2020, he was dating my friend. Ma'am, he was dating your friend, and that's how you met him, and then you end up with him? These folks ain't loyal. My gosh. He was really funny and nice. We went on a yacht partying. I can't right now with these people. We Ernie and Bert. My homegirl dated him. That's how I met him. You said Diddy for the streets. I told you he was spreading it low and spreading it wide. Oh my God. Very cherry. I'm sorry. I just don't be expecting this stuff. I've never had this type of excitement in none of my trials. Like none of them. Well, I had one where there was a setup, like it was a girl and she was dating two guys, and one of the guys was like a dealer, and the other guy, they both was dealers, and she dating both of them. So she ran around town with the guy, with one of the boyfriends, while he was collecting money. So she in the front seat, she collected money, and then she calls the boyfriend, the other boyfriend up, that's the dealer, and was like, yo, he done collected about $2 million. I'm exaggerating. It was way less than that because he was in the hood. But it was like he collected all this money. He sounded like he wasn't like dealing no big stuff, you know? And so literally she was texting this other boyfriend every step of the way. We'll be home at this time. I'll leave the side door open. And then she left the side door open, and the intent was for her other boyfriend to come in and rob him, right? For this money. The problem was it was an epic fail because she didn't know that the guy she was the guy she was with, guy A, who she was going around selling the, he was selling the dope and all that stuff. And they went back to guy A's house. He's in the shop. She was there braiding his hair. So she calls the other guy, I'm braiding his hair right now. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Text me when you pull up so I can go to the bathroom. And so I won't be out here. And he got his money on this way and he ain't got his money on that way, wherever the money was. So he coming through the side door, but unbeknownst to homeboy, this guy had a GUN under the cushion. So when homeboy came in to rob him, he pulled in under the cushion, and then it was a whole shootout. Even though homeboy, he had a gun, boyfriend B had a GUN, but he wasn't attempting to use it. He just thought it was going to be an easy peasy rob. And then he had already committed some stuff, homeboy B. So he didn't care no way. He thought he was about to go to jail anyway, go to prison for a long time. So he came in there and he ended up unaliving the guy A. The guy A ran out of the house, tried to get help. They seen the blood streams all the way, and he ended up collapsing and passing on. They had all these text messages. Chick get like 9 statements, and they was just so colorful. And she basically turned state's witness because she set everything up. And I think she got like 10 years. It was crazy too, because it was like my professor who was on that case representing her. I'm like, you got the snitch. Like she was just, she said everything. Like she said everything. The bad part is boyfriend B probably wasn't even thinking about boyfriend A, but for her coming with that information. But anyway, that was just a side note. But yeah. This right here is just way more than I've ever seen. That's all. That was my point. So we got Ernie and Bert partying on the yacht that her friend invited her to because she was dating Diddy. He gave me his cell phone number. Did you see drugs? Yes, that first night. One of my friends said she wanted drugs, I guess. I don't want you to guess. Where did you go? The studio in 2-Star. A man pulled out pink powder. My girlfriend was upset. She thought I was getting with Sean, so we left abruptly. Well, sound like she was right. Sound like your girlfriend had discernment, all right? She like, are you trying to get up on my man? Oh, okay. We got to go. Let me get this heifer up out of here. The next day, drinks by the pool. So it took her 24 hours to be back at his house. Then movie night in the theater in his residence, he texted me, "I'd like to take you out." I replied that I felt complicated. And where were you living then? The East Coast? Did Mr. Combs contact you? Yes, he was flirtatious. He invited me to Miami. Read these texts not shown in gallery. What does he say? He says, "Call me Ernie." God, Jesus. We got another one about to get to work. I hope Miss Westmoreland ain't doing the cross Diddy worse than a Burger King drive-through. Work. Complicated conflict. DA ancestor, that is complicated. Your friend brings you to a house, but first of all, he asked for your number and you gave him to it. Let's start with that. So I see why the friend was like, "Nah, heifer, I see what's going on. We about to go. We out of here." You said, "I don't like her already." Not from you get me. She's sneaky. You know, Diddy like that sneaky type. Cherie said, "OMG. Ernie." He was Ernie, she was Bert. Wild. Dear said Diddy was a wild. He was wild. Diddy is about 12 right. Dang, Andrew. Oh, did he like him sneaky? That's what he said about Cassie. He said he didn't like her because she seemed sneaky. He probably said if she'll do this to her homeboy, her homegirl, then she'll sneak around. Hold on one second. I gotta open the door right quick. Hold on. Is Ernie and Ernest D counts? Y'all know about them Ernests. Jesus said, "I wish a grown ass man would have me called." It was cute. Y'all don't think that's cute? Instead of Bay and Boo, instead of saying Bonnie and Clyde, we say Bert and Ernie. Hello, Bert. Oh, y'all can't make this stuff up. She said, who was pursuing who? Oh, he was pursuing me, but I was being considerate of my girlfriend. But she got engaged and moved overseas, so I felt I could do this Sean thing. Has she been seeing Sean and her fiance at the same time? Yes. I guess she said a player can't play a player. Everybody wasn't buying what Sean Combs was doing. They was like, you got girls, I got guys. Okay. She bagged her a whole fiance and moved to another country. All right. I went to Miami in January 2021. He got me a hotel room. Where did you have your first date? The hotel balcony. How long did your first date last? 5 days. Oh, he was laying it on thick. And what did you tell him about your past? I dated someone he knew. This whole passing around in these circles. Who you know that I dated? She had to confide in him. Well, you were kind of dating my girlfriend. That's how I met you. But I also dated somebody you know. You said puff puff. we gotta be more serious than this, because this is serious allegations. But this is so unserious with some of these witnesses, though. Like, what are we doing right now? But I'm sure she gonna get into some gruesome, grimy stuff. But the beginning of some of this testimony is like, what? Oh gosh, y'all wanted me to go over this stuff, okay? Didn't they try to say that Bert and Ernie were not best friends who were roommates? It was said they were gay some years ago. Why would he choose that? Why y'all stuck on Bert and Ernie? That is not in the indictment, okay? This was just preliminary information to show how they was cool and they was cute. You know, they had little cute pet names and stuff. She just started. She ain't even told her story yet. I don't even know if they're going to finish today. It looks like Tenny Garagos is crossing her. You know, we want to see Westmoreland, but it looked like she got to take a little breather from her last boxing match she just did. Okay, so they had a 5-day first date. Also, my child's father didn't get along with Sean. He said he didn't mind. Wait, who we talking about here? Is that? Oh, I, I'm not. Listen, her name Jane. Mm. I don't even know what to say. Oh my God, today. Oh God. No, 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 no. Oh, this about to get wild on the Instagram. Mm, mm, mm. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta regroup. Oh, Jesus, help us all. You said this just got good again. Boop. Okay, let's get back, y'all. I had to take a breather. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might have to How many children do you have? One. What did Sean say about his relationship? Only my friend. He said it wasn't a real relationship. What did you do? We made a lot of love. We walked on the beach. Later, we went on a proper first date, dressed up, a restaurant. I was head over heels. And how did you stay in contact? Text. Did you travel with him? Turks and Caicos. I was excited. I'd never been to Turks. Who else went in February 2021? Christina Coram, the chief, the chef, I said the chief, Lord, the chef, the butler, at one point a barber. How long did you stay? 9 days in Turks, 6 days in the Bahamas. Oh, he be laying it on thick. Baby, I'ma fly you all around the world. I'ma take you to every island that you want, every island that you could think of. You know, all those pictures of the people on the white sand holding hands with their hair flowing in the wind? That's gonna be you and me, boo. He was laying it on thick. I'm sorry. Stop. You said I can't wait till they y'all are wrong. This lady said they said she was sex trafficking and she had prostitution. Now MX talking about they set them up. Child. I don't know who it is. I just know that a lot of these people they be giving information that definitely gives you an assumption. I don't know who it is, y'all. Don't put it in my chat like that. I told y'all. Y'all still putting y'all suspicions in my chats. Okay. See, you gotta do it like that. Her baby daddy about to be a mess on Instagram. You know what? Right? I can't stand. Woo! This is deep. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see. Trying to see who at court so I can see if I can get this transcript. But we shall see. Child, that might be one of our weekend things. She said, we're going to play a video, not shown for the gallery, was loud music. She said, I took the video. What do we see? The villa, the vibe. What did you tell Sean? That I was a single mother. On social media, I called myself a content creator. And what was your work? Advertising brands on social media. And what did he give you? A love bracelet. He said he'd give me money. He said he'll give me money because he'd taken me many days away. I really appreciated that. How much? $10,000. He gave her 10K because he had taken her away for days. Did you say OnlyFans? Well, she can't be. She not a content creator. She not a content creator. Thank you, Darlene, for the cash app. She not a content creator. Is that what y'all saying? She called me darling, said it's nothing to a boss. That's chump change. I mean, for to be gone on the island for 8-9 days where you ain't got to work, and then he just give you 10,000 for your, for your time because you're away from your social media because you're a content creator. That's a good little deal, right? A 2-week vacation and 10 bands. Listen. Ebony said 10K is not enough to sleep with somebody who knows my ex-husband. That was messy though, to know y'all don't get along and you still, okay, so what if this was a legit relationship, right? And this was something where Diddy was really going to be with her. How were these school plays and stuff going to work out? How was the graduation going to work? Like, it's things that you have to, as co-parenting, you both have to go together. So how would that even work? Like, that alone should make you be like, yeah, I ain't about to do that. Thank you so much, Darlene, again for gifting 5 memberships. That is so kind of you. I appreciate that. You said, if you know who it is, don't put their name in the chat, okay? Oh, she did it for the plot. She still didn't learn from that, so she doing something else. Kim said it's just 2 weeks. The kid will survive. Rashida said females talking is not enough, but out here getting paid STDs and black eyes. It's all alleged. It's all alleged, sis. DA ancestor said he should have known she was cap off top, neglected. Ooh. That's the only reason Big Bunny teeth is made. You know what? I'm not doing this with y'all. Cause y'all trying to get me banned from the courtroom before I get here. I'm not doing that. I don't know who this lady is. Y'all ain't gotta worry about me. So she got $10,000. What drugs had you used before? Ecstasy twice, 2014 and 2015. So basically she's used drugs before him, but I guess she's saying it was only twice. You used it in Turks? Who suggested it? Sean, like 10 times. In the pool, he gave me a pill, said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. I think I was screaming too. They put me in the shower. KK did. Did you take another ecstasy pill? Yes, but a smaller dose. It made me feel relaxed, euphoric, actual. It enhanced the touch, the senses. It made me feel more loving and flirtatious. What about coming down from ecstasy? It was like your mind was kind of readjusting, coming down from a high. You're just tired. In the Bahamas, did you continue taking drugs? Yes. Ecstasy. Sean gave it to me. You see how all of the ending is going to be that Puff was providing these drugs? Because part of the indictment is that one of his predicate acts is distributing drugs. So what they're doing is they're putting all these people on here who's saying that he gave them the drugs. Okay. So that's what they're doing right now. You said, oh, she a content creator indeed. Oh, she's not. She says she only took it twice. Y'all not listening to the lady's testimony. Boy, KK better have full immunity if she has to take the state. Listen, do you see how her name? KK did. KK was there. KK washed me up. KK wiped the slime off my face. KK laid me down in the bed. Like her name come up in everything. So listen, there is no way in my mind, in my legal mind, that they coming after Diddy like this and they ain't got KK in mind. Because KK, the way they're putting this together, that means she should have been next to him, is what they basically saying. This is all alleged. You said he had everybody hooked. You know it's true. They be saying like, if then the crazy part, y'all saying he the cover up, like she's the cover up person, but everybody called her. So Cassie said, hey, he did this to me. I think it was the stylist said, hey, he did this to me. One of the assistants that stayed for a little bit but didn't really witness anything except like one incident, which is enough, but wasn't there for a long time, and said his dad got sick. I contacted and told KK I couldn't be around the abuse. Okay. So it's like y'all looking at her like she's the cover up, but yet still everybody ran to her to let her know what Puff was allegedly doing and to get her to intervene, because apparently they must have thought she had some power, like she could get him to do some stuff that maybe other people couldn't. I don't know. Pam, you are cracking me up at work today. This voice you are using for the witness, I can't. Thanks so much for the hard work. Thank you so much, Glamour W1. I appreciate the super chat. The ancestor said, what celebrity can convince you to be a dope fiend? Don't everyone answer at once. Listen, I didn't even know what half these narcotics were. All right. Apparently, when I did a few little drug cases, they were the norm, crack cocaine, little marijuana. It's pretty much legal here. So unless you in certain situations, you can still get hit with it. But a little bit of meth. But all of these, we got pink powder and yellow powder and cocoa puffs and K holes. And I'm like, what is all of this stuff? Okay, so she only used it twice. She was screaming, all that good stuff. What about coming down from ecstasy? It was like your mind was kind of readjusting, coming down from a high. You're just tired. In the Bahamas, did you continue taking drugs? Yes, ecstasy. Sean gave it to me. Him, right there at the table, the one in trouble in that sweater. He gave it to me. How much did he wire you? $10,000. We started using the L word. Now he said he loved you, girl. He told me he was seeing multiple women. I was okay with it. At least she honest. You know what I'm saying? He said it's time for me to come clean. I done went through all this stuff with Cassie. See, this is something that he said when he did the Carisha Please podcast. He was saying that I'm dating, I'm having fun. And she was like, we go together. We go together real bad. He like, we do? I told you I'm single. Like, bro, you on the roster. So he got to a point like Neo is now where it's like, let me just be honest with these women. They ain't going nowhere, no way. So why I'm playing myself? Got people busting out my windows and checking my phones. I could just tell them what's up. It's women that's willing to just accept it. He told me he was seeing other people, but I said, that's cool. Why? Because I liked him. Did you have the sense you had the option of a monogamous relationship? No. Until when did you continue dating Sean? Until his arrest. She dated him until TMZ captured him walking out of the hotel, arrested. So the indictment says through 2024. She dated him until he went to jail. Ma'am, do we got jail calls or something? Like how? Ray? I'm just saying. But he had multiple women. That's when she knew about it. She ain't care. Because he had a whole baby, right? Didn't he have baby love? Like, how old is she? 1 or 2 or something? To the second in October 2023 so wait a minute, the government asked any breaks. She said we've had 2 breaks, uno dos. The second in October 2023 for 4 months. Uno dos tres cuatro, 4 months. When did you get back together? February 2024. So after the Cassie lawsuit, after all of these people, around the time of the raids, around the time of the release of the tape, I'm talking about the hotel tape, around the time you thought this was a good time to get back with him, sis? How public were you? We were private. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a proponent of keeping your relationship private. But I have a problem with it being a secret. Secret, there's usually a reasoning behind the secretness of your relationship. Private just means you don't like people all up in your business. I don't want to come out here. Then if it don't work out, I got to come out here and explain my relationship and all of that. But I was in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? You at least know that. Now, you're not going to know every time we going to the beach. You're not going to know every time we go to the movies. You're not going to know all about my kids. That's private. Sweetheart, you are a secret. Okay. We got to do better. That's all I'm saying. Sneaky link. That's what they call it now. Let's see what Tracy said. Tracy said, so when Young Miami was holding that Go Poppy sign, stickers. I don't know. I don't know. Who? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, please don't put her name here. We can all have it in our minds who we think it is, but we can't be putting it out there because that's what happened with Mia. That people just was like, this her, bam. And somebody will probably do it again. All right. It wouldn't shock me if they do it again. We know who might do it again if it's that person. But they're not even going to put the video of her. I think they're just doing the audio in the overflow room. They're not putting the text up for the public until the government goes through it and say what they want and what they don't want. So we're not about to, You said itty bitty was. Oh, sorry, y'all. No worries. I'm gonna keep reminding people because what happens is when you come in, you start hearing stuff, and then you're probably going to have assumptions on who it is, and you automatically like, oh, y'all, I know who it is, but we're not gonna do that. Okay, let's see. This is getting spicy. I'm trying to see if I could, but I think they're all in the courtroom, so I won't be able to get that information. So they wasn't public, it was private. Did you post about your relationship with Sean on your social media? Only once, uno. And where did you move? From the East Coast to LA? He gave me $6,000 for a moving trip. Child, this is a billionaire. These zeros is not, the zeros aren't zeroing here. I don't like these zeros. He gave you $6,000 for a moving trip. In 2021, February to May, how often did you see him? Every other week. Every other week. Cheap as hell. Like Diddy, cut it out. I'm mad. I'm so mad right now. All this headache and you gotta testify and you giving these type of lump sums. So she saw him every week. What did he give you? He was sweet. He would give me money here and there. Cash wires, both. How often did you use drugs? Every time I saw Sean, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, K or ketamine. Molly enhanced the ecstasy actual. Horny. Cocaine, it made me feel alert. I didn't like K. The walls were closing in. So that's that K hole thing, I guess they be talking about. In what context did Sean give you drugs? When we were getting it in. So when we were having X, and what did you learn? So many things. How he liked to have pornos playing. What? Sean. Right next said, what type of witness this is? This is Jane Doe from the indictment. She is the one in the indictment of which, aside from Cassie, there is saying actually is with prostitution and trafficking. She is the one. So you already know. They're going to say it was a consensual, loving relationship because she is basically saying that in the beginning as well. He's such a cornball. If this type of love bombing and gaslighting and manipulation is a RICO, I got a list. I need to go write this list out for the government because they might need to expand this list out here and come on my names on here. Like what? He liked me in lingerie. I know it's lingerie. And with high-end stripper shoes. I was to put baby oil all over my body and his. What type of rooms? In his bedroom. How was it lit? We'd have red lights on. How did you feel? I loved him. In May of 2021, what happened? I remember that when we would watch pornography, we will have a lot more fantasy conversations, and her voice is cracking. Do you need a break, Jane? No. We would search these things on the website, and he wanted me to fantasize. So he gearing her up. He's gearing her up for the ultimate goal. And that's to get into the freak offs. You said so she got bedrooms in our hotels once every other week to see somebody is absolutely insanity. I saw him every other week. So he got a calendar on who you got Mondays, you got the first week. He must have so many, you had to do it by weeks. You get a day in week 2 and week 4. You get the odd weeks. You get Wednesdays, you get Fridays. This dude. I don't know, big boy. Ask the government. Don't ask me. Oh boy is about to show his arse on social media when he hears this mess. He's such a messy biatch. Let's see. We'll all be reading and tuning in if it does happen. This is a lot. I hope it ain't who y'all think, because yeah, he gonna Oh man. I gotta periodically check Instagram. I need y'all to be on the Instagram duty. In May of 2025, was there objection? Oh, May of 2021. I am so sorry. Where were you watching the pornography? Miami? I had been awake for 15 hours or 24. What drugs? Ecstasy and Molly? He said I could make it happen. And what did you say? Okay. I thought I was playing into the fantasy, but when I came out of the bathroom, he was staring into his phone really serious. He said, it can happen tonight. And how did you react? I was like, tonight? Then, okay. Then we were in a hotel. I saw the assistant setting up the room. The lights were already red. Do you remember which assistants? I don't. He said there's something coming. He knows the guy. I was super nervous listening in. I can't. And we got a good hour more of this, y'all. So I need y'all to hang on in there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel and all that good stuff, because I'm putting in work today. You know what I'm saying? I still got work to do, but I'm on here. Stuff due on tomorrow, but now I'm caught up in Diddy's business. I'm over here being legally nosy in his business. Probably should be minding my own right now. But this almost worth burning the midnight oil. Let me see. Who did you think the guy was? The fantasy guy. What did you think would start happening? Actual things between me and the fantasy guy. He arrives and they are talking. It was the regular hotel room or suite? A suite. All right, y'all gotta take a quick break. Hold on 1 second, all right? Y'all talk amongst each other, all right? Do not put names in this chat. Y'all can do subliminals. You can do what when it comes to, the other part, but please do not put names in this chat, because I don't want no smoke from the government, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience. Oh, Jesus. You said I said, hold on a second. I had to take a break. You like, I said, talk to, I gave instructions and everything. And y'all sit up there. Wait a minute. Hello, is this thing going? Okay. Let's move on. So they in the hotel room. The fantasy guy, as he's called, comes. They in a suite. And the government says, well, what did you do? She said, I said hello to everyone. I saw Don. Who is Don? One of the entertainers published a photo to the jury. It wasn't shown to the gallery. They say presumably Jules was shown. I don't know. What next? I was on the couch with my robe on. My legs were crossed. I was nervous. What happened next? Sean said to stand up. I did and started to dance to get my nerve up. What was Don wearing? His underwear. Now it's time for the percolator. You said it went left as soon as you walked away. Y'all can't behave without having me be the deputy over here. Oh, you dare. Don't do that, man. Oh, God. Okay, so what's going to happen? If y'all going to keep putting the name in, then I'm going to have to tell my moms to delete your comment, okay? Because apparently my instructions are going on deaf ear. because I don't want that smoke. All right. There, like I said, there was issues with Mia. A lot of us knew who she was, to the point where people sent videos to the defense. Some people put it right on their screen and put her name on there. And we know there are some people that'll probably do it again. But I just can't be that somebody. Okay. I'm an officer of the court, and I'm gonna respect the court and what the court orders. All right, that's all. Um, okay, trying to see if anybody got anything new they saying over on the Instagram or the YouTube. All right. Then the government says, while you're on the couch, you know, your legs crossed and all that stuff, what was Sean doing? Touching himself. Was he masturbating? Yes. Was he talking? What was he saying? Being encouraging and sweet. I was ready to speed things up a bit. What do you mean? Get it done. Tell these people I'm trying to keep my black job. That's what I'm trying to do. Y'all make it hard. Y'all up here like, no, 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 no. We know who it is. Absolutely not. Okay. Y'all got me over here on. I know y'all over there on Instagram. I know y'all are. No bombs. Wait. Did y'all go over there? Yeah. He is a savage, man. He don't give no damn. I thought he was still with. Somebody said you had this picture ready. All y'all need a shower. Every last one of them needs some extra soap. Just nasty. You ain't got no clue who it is? Oh, okay. Look at how it looked, Ray. Like OMG. Jesus help me. Ray, man the chat, Ray. Man the chat. Aaliyah, I need y'all to man the chat. Call me, like, y'all go bad this chat. Call me darling. The resident therapist said, I am tickled with you, Pam. Yes, you're a wonderful officer of the court. Keeping your black profession is a must. As licensed, we utilize our training and skills in various scopes. Whew, my God, today. I don't want y'all being offended when we got to delete your comment, because what they not going to do is show screenshots of over here. as exhibit A. I don't like being a part of pleadings unless I'm actually filing them or responding. Okay. What did you ask for? She said a condom. What did Sean say? That these guys get tested at the time. Later, did Don leave? Yes, then Sean and I made love. The next day I went home. Any boat trip? A nice yacht day. How did you feel? I felt exhilarated. It was taboo. I had a good time with my partner. Did you think you'd do it again? No. Or maybe a few times. Something taboo. How did things change? It opened up Pandora's box. Basically, he probably wanted it all the time. That's what it was. Mel D, y'all are. Oh, I love y'all. Y'all so funny to me, but my goodness. That's what it actually reminds me of. Twi, the movie. That's what I was thinking. I was like, why do this sound like a scene out of Twi? Wildin'. Wildin'. Okay. All right. She didn't want to do, she said it opened, she liked it. Kind of like Cassie. Remember, Cassie said she liked it at first. She was cool, but she didn't know this was going to be a repetitive thing. She thought that this was going to be something that happened, I guess, every now and then. The problem with that is to even think that is the fact he had this already at his disposal, at his, at the palm of his hands. You should have known he ain't new to this. He true to this. So what he did was, it sounds like he tried to see how far she would go. Give an inch, take a mile. He tried to see how, like, let's start out watching porn. What do you think about that? What do you think about her having sex with somebody else? What do you think about a three-way? Depending on what her response was going to be. He wined her, took her to the islands. So I guess the government's theory is, and they said that in the indictment, he really ain't care for these people, which makes Cassie a little hard because Cassie is somebody he was with for a long lengths of time, off and on, red carpets, all of that. So they were in a toxic relationship, and I think that's clear. But I guess if you start pulling women who tells you, I got a bunch of girlfriends, but with these girlfriends, he had expectations, obviously, and maybe they were manipulated into getting to this point. Maybe that's what they're trying to say. So that's where the coercion is. He loved Bomber, took her on trips for 2 weeks. You had your assistants with you. And so they're trying to say they helped set it up. And they knew that what he does is he does this under a guise of being in a romantic relationship, because they said it in the indictment. But really, he don't want a relationship with them. He only wants to do freak offs. So he's luring them into his orbits because all he wants is freak offs ultimately. How are you really able to tell this dude just super, super freaky and he's like that? It's not like he didn't tell y'all that he was going, I'll date you, but I'm dating her and her and her too. You down? And you be like, I'm cool. I don't know. I'm just You said single mom, not even. If this ain't manipulating, what is? But how many dudes you know that tell you what you want to hear? You hear the whole, they study you. They study you on social media. If you look like a church person, all of a sudden they want to call you and pray every day. If you look like you're into the law, they want to look like they got a whole professional job somewhere. They do what they have to do to get your attention and to show that they're on your level. Then you get caught up in these relationships and they're nothing like you thought that they were when you get into the relationship. And then you find out they abuser, they're alcoholic, they're drug addict, they got 5 baby mamas, they got they cheating, all of that. But they study you. That's why you say the first year people send a representative. So where do we get to that point of saying you like the Tinder swindler without the money? Because Tinder swindler will try to take your money. He wants women and he uses them as objects for his actual pleasure. That's what they're saying in the indictment. He's going to argue these were real relationships, and just because his relationships ain't like y'all relationships, hell, Hugh Hefner had 5 girlfriends. They was doing all type of wild stuff. Ain't nobody say nothing about that. But when it's me, Puffy, a black man from New York who made it out the mud, y'all want to say that I'm doing it for an illegal purpose. I don't know. Could it be presented like he's her pimp and not getting no money? That's why you label him an incel, because he fits the description. One thing y'all gonna do is give somebody a name over here. Listen. She said after they did it, they would do stuff on their own, but it sounds like, I mean, he may have just enjoyed looking at men do what they do or whatever, because then Jane said there was so much more of it afterwards. Too much of it. She said, how often? All the time. I went along. Later, did you tell him you did not want it? She said, yes. In writing or verbally? Both, many times. Ma'am, you were literally his girlfriend when he got arrested. They probably told her you a part of this because you giving your body or what. I told him many times in writing, verbally, and he still was doing it, but I still maintained being his girlfriend, one of many girlfriends. Like it wasn't even no fakeness of we gonna get married one day and have kids. No, it was we kicking it. We gonna have a good time. Like he told Carisha on that podcast, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. That's what they allege. Yeah, I seen that documentary on Hefner, but they waited till he died to even tell anything about how people was committing suicide, people was getting beat up. It was a lot going on. Instead of having them walk 100 miles for cheesecake, he should have just started a triple X film company. Is he like directing sex? Right. That is true. You get me said a lot of people at my job are into this lifestyle and it's common to travel to meet people also interested in lifestyle. So it's kind of difficult for me to see the X trafficking. Yes, there are a lot of people with a lot of money that are CEOs or own major companies that dibble and dabble in this. There are actual clubs where people are swingers where they do this type of stuff. And some people could come in and just watch. There are people that say, I just like to watch it. I never participated. And that's kind of what it sounds like he is saying. That it looks like he likes to watch it, but then after the fact, she probably just, she want the connection with him. But yeah, I'm still here, Trisha, and we gonna be here till 4 o'clock. Ray, you're ridiculous. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You see what could happen, Ray? You sure you really want to know? I bet he wishes he would have just gotten back at those bullies that took the BMX bike instead of all this mess. He got some issues. God, let's see. What did Sean tell you about your rent when you said you did not want to have X with other men? Other men? That he give me maybe 3 more months? How did you feel? Frustrated, obligated. Obligated to do what? Objection. Sidebar. So apparently he was paying her rent too. And when she said she ain't trying to do the actual freaky stuff, he said, well, I'm going to give you about 3 more months. And then after them 3 months, you got to go. You got to go. Okay. What is this? That's what they saying, coercion. This is probably the most remote. But see, and she wasn't a a part of his record label or none. I don't think she worked for him. It don't look like that. I haven't heard that. Either I'm going to take, if you don't want to do this, then I'm not going to pay your rent. Probably wasn't going to be with her no more. So you're saying that if you get with somebody who isn't interested in what you're doing and you say, well, we're not going to go together no more, and I'm not paying your rent because we don't go together because you're not into what I'm into, then that's coercion, is what you're saying? Because you can clearly go get a job, get some child support for the kid that I'm sure got a little money to it. Like how many, just thinking generally, how many people y'all break up and the guy's like, because you're like, listen, it may not be X, it may be something different. I don't like the way you do this, I don't like the way you do that, and I just can't take it. I want somebody that clean up and cook every day, and you ain't like that, so this ain't gonna work for me. And I was paying your rent, so we break up. There can't be an expectation of rent. In Diddy's orbit, what he wanted is people that would deal in these freak offs. And if you weren't down, and it's probably many of women that told him, I ain't down with that bush. You can kick rocks. And that's what he did, moved on to the next one. Just like Neo said, everybody not going to say they want these type of relationships. And if they don't, bye-bye. Is that coercion? Because you want to be with him? And he wants somebody that wants to be in a polygamy relationship? So I don't even know about that either. But I do agree with you that it sounds like the most where she became reliant on him in some sense. And so she felt obligated and maybe she didn't really want to do it. She just did it in order to get her rent paid. But you was with this fool on the day he was arrested. I don't know. FO may be an elaborate cover up for being that, in my opinion. I don't think anybody has testified yet to seeing the two men engaged. Like I think one of the escorts said like that ain't never happened. That is not what the law says. Look at the definition, Kim. That is not the law. That is not what coercion, because everybody is going to have that at some point. What I'm saying is that's what the government is going to have to prove. Almost like you were in a destitute situation. He got you in that situation, meaning you can't work, you can't make your own money, you totally relying on him. He got you totally relying on him, and then said, "Well, if you don't pay this," but see, it's almost like he gave you 3 months to go get your stuff together. So if you don't want to engage in this, then I don't want to be with you. There are people that break up because they don't want to be involved in polygamy. They don't want to be involved in threesomes. They don't want to, that's not their thing. They don't want to have certain type of ex and their husband does, or their boyfriends do, or their wives or whatever. So when does it draw the line, I guess, that the government's gonna have to show that it's coercion? I don't know. I don't know. And the oldest profession, she says, shoot, listen, I'd rather get paid than be with a broke dude than doing it. I don't know. You know what? No, the government was already on that behind. What you talking about? It's me. Wayne said it's a decent severance package. David said Diddy just a freaky dude, and I don't think he should go to jail for life for that. I think honestly, but I get what Kim is saying, that he was manipulative, which a lot of people are. He studied her. He know what she liked, knew probably maybe a lifestyle she was accustomed to. He took her out, wined her, dined her. They made love. They did all of this stuff on beaches and white sand, on yachts. And then he slowly introduced the things he liked and showed her. Then they would fantasize like, what if we do this? And he probably never told her he's done it before. I don't know. Now, if he told her he's done it before and that's what he was talking about, then I don't know. But if he never told her and she's thinking, oh, this is something new we're trying together, there was a form of manipulation and, getting to that point. So she thought we're going to do it one and done and be done with it. He basically told her, if you don't want to do this, then I ain't the person for you. So you can just move on with your life. And she weighed the options and said, rents, free everything, freak off. So right now, you ain't missed nothing. Yeah, we know that that's the oldest profession. Trading X for money is prostitution. That is true. But that's not, you don't have to, you said coercion. Coercion is not a part of those elements. That's elements for X trafficking. Who between 2023 to the time of his arrest, did he pay your rent and make you feel obligated to have sex with other men? Yes. What did you two call this night? Debaucheries or hotel nights? How often did you see him? Often. Oh, so once she started engaging in that every other week ramped up. Oh, you want to do? Oh, you down with this? Oh, okay. We gonna see each other a little bit more. The government said every time you see him, did you have hotel nights? Yes. Even though we'd spend a day or two together after, it all felt like a hotel night. Who decided when? Sean, on short notice. I always had childcare ready. I was always put together. What do you mean? My hair, my nails, my tan. He wanted me beautiful. Did you go out with friends? Not after the trip to summer of 2022. He was dismissive. In the summer of 2021 to France. I went to the south of France with my friends. He was angry in the voice notes. Who did he want you to look? Or how did he want you to look? How did he want you to look? Straight hair, ponytail when we had sex. He wanted me to pierce where? My nipples. We'll talk about that. Male D. Jesus. You say yes, please elaborate. It's more aligned with decisions than individual self-worth. Again, highly transactional relationships on both sides. She had a benefit. So again, they say that prostitution is the oldest profession, and it is a quid pro quo exchange. What would you like? Which way would y'all saw a Pretty Woman? Shoot, she hit a lick on Pretty Woman. Went in there to try to just do a one night stand and ended up with a billionaire. It happens on TV. But yeah, you get me saying, why is prostitute illegal between consenting adults? It's actually not in, is it Vegas? Like you walk down the street in Vegas, they hand you cards. You want a good night? He should have just stayed in Vegas. He was in California. He was 4 hours away. He should have just went on here to Vegas where some of this stuff was legal. Lily P said, now she was old enough to know better. No, people are going to say, Cassie was 19. Well, she was 19 with Ryan. She was 21. So then when I said she was 21, folks were like, but she still was young because her frontal lobe. Okay. So now if this lady is older, what y'all gonna say? You don't think she got custody of her kid? Oh my goodness. Plus, Cassie says she introduced Puffy to the escort service. When he agreed, she called and ordered 2 male escorts. Puffy was in the back of the club watching and jerking off. They urinated in her mouth. Thank you so much, Kenya, for that information. Like what? Sin City with his best friend. They couldn't even charge him if he was over there doing that over there in Vegas. She 34. They still gonna say she too young. She was something wasn't right. So it depends on, no, in Vegas you can do it, but I ain't say Nevada. Like it's not the entire state. Why you think they call it Sin City? No, they literally pass out. Would you like a good time? You just walking down the street like, ma'am, I'm just trying to get to the next destination, to the next show. What are we doing? Oh, goodness. If she had custody, that petty baby daddy about to contact a lawyer. I think they was having, I don't know, man. Let me see if he posted something else. It sounds like he paid her to do all this. That's exactly what the government is saying. They're saying it wasn't a real relationship. The relationship was illusory. And he got with these women. He told her, I'm dating you. You can be my girlfriend, but I got 30 of you. And when he got her to the point where she was ready to do these freak offs, all of a sudden he was like, yes, we can spend a lot of time together. It's interesting that you still was with him all the way up until he got arrested, which means I wonder how this money flow is going. I'm sure they're going to go with that on the cross-examination. Child, he didn't change the thing to his son and everything. This is crazy. This is craziness. You said they in court now already? Jesus. Yeah, that's exactly, the government is saying that she did this because she was paid to do it. which is what prostitution is, right? Between 2021 and the break in 2023, how much money did you make and how? She says social media posts, but that went down because my presence went down. I was focused on Sean. He would give me money here and there. How much at one time? 20,000. So she's saying, same thing with Cassie, right? Cassie was saying her career basically was shelved because she had to do all these freak offs with Diddy. So this is the same thing with this young lady where they're saying, where she's testifying that she did social media. She's a content creator, but it went down because of all the time she got to spend with Puff doing these freak offs. So it's kind of parallel what they're alleging because basically that became their job, i.e., prostitution or trafficking. That became their job. And so they couldn't make money any other way. And then he basically paid them, which looks like I am paying you to do all of these acts for me instead of you do actually have to deal with having a real job. So that's what they saying. What def? Oh nope, I ain't even gonna ask. You said it's illegal in Vegas, but legal in rural Nevada from the Michigan, but I live in Vegas now. Okay, thank you, Menalik. Well, they definitely be picking them up on the strip, all right. But I don't know. Maybe it's not. It may not be. It may be one of them areas like you talking about because you can cross over and be out of Vegas quite quickly. So I don't know. I don't know if what area it was, but they was passing out cards. That's what I do know. Wonder Woman said, I think this is a reach for the government. I don't know. She's giving more of the testimony I think they would have preferred to get from Cassie. She's saying she was paid. He held money over her head. She felt like she had to do it, even though she ain't want to do it. She told him she didn't want to do it. Oh, Cassie saying she told him in her head, and he should have known. She's saying she actually wrote it down and she told him verbally. He told her, if you don't want to get down with the get down, then you can I'm gonna give you 3 months severance. But you ain't gonna be one of my girlfriends on my roster. It sounded like she stayed with him because she felt like she had to do that. She wanted to stay with him. So she did this because she felt like she had to stay with him. And that's what she was willing to sacrifice to be with him. Okay. Oh, somebody said it. It's like, y'all gonna really know who she is. Oh, Jesus. Did you tell him you wanted to make your own money? She said, when OnlyFans got big, I told him I wanted to do it like one of my model friends. He gave me this hesitant energy like, no. What is OnlyFans? Subscribe to models. I do nudity. Oh. You get me? You said she was going to buy the bunny ranch. Y'all are what? How did that conversation even come about? Aaliyah, I'm just, Jesus help me. But no X. Look, they got to pull out the OnlyFans because they know the defense is about to go on that OnlyFans. You ain't got no problem showing your body. You ain't got no problem being no sexual figure. Like, cut it out. That's what they're going to say. So they're trying to let you know OnlyFans doesn't have actual acts is what they're alleging. But I think they do have them type of raunchy videos in there. But I don't know. Never been on OnlyFans a day in my life. But they're getting that out there. Right, but he didn't approve. Why did you feel you needed his approval? I felt he was my boyfriend. Then they have a sealed exhibit. What is this? My lease, April 4th, 2023. How much was the rent each month? $10,000. Sean said, let's do a love contract. It was a flirty thing. He asked, how much allowance did I want going forward? I said 15. He said 10,000. Yes, I wanted a beautiful home for balance. I don't know what the balance is. I don't know. Let me hear what y'all got to say. Lord, help me to never feel someone is my boyfriend. Girl, what? That's from Tiff Jones. That's what she said. She can tell her son she don't have a job. Call me darling, said that's who I don't understand why the baby daddy tried to act shocked. Judon said not the Dave Chappelle love contract. Wayne said you need a better negotiation tactic. Girl, he's a billionaire, 15. But if he got girlfriends, that can get expensive. You get me? Like you giving everybody $100K a month. Like Cassie, I heard she had a lot nice little allowance, when she was with them, but she was considered like she was a girlfriend, like for real. She went on red carpets and everybody knew they were together. They went public. This girl wasn't even, nobody even knew she existed or that he was even messing with her. You said she said she wanted $15K a month as an allowance because she wanted to live in a beautiful home. She was not negotiating for X. She was negotiating because he wanted to give her an allowance and he wanted her to stay home as being his girlfriend. Oh my God, I can't. Tracy said Young Miami wasn't doing all that for $15K. Didn't she say she had, what she say, 200 and something $1,000? What was the lease before? Apparently she probably wasn't living like that. Okay. Power Dynamics said they gave Miami 250K monthly allowance. Yes. That probably pissed everybody off. Because she was messing with him. When Young Miami was messing with him, what, 2 years ago? He been in jail for little less than a year. He got that BET award in like, was it the beginning of 23? So maybe like 2-3 years ago. So that means in the midst of your relationship, he dated Young Miami. Yeah, everybody mad. She going around showing her being in Chanel stores, doing date nights, and getting 250,000. Now this goes against her saying he was in his love era, so she never experienced none of that. Maybe if that didn't happen with her, maybe he knew she wasn't down with the get down. So he kept his side ones that was cool with being in private and he used them for his fantasy purposes. And then he still dated. 250,000 a month is a little bit more up his alley. Like you got that type of money. Oh, Gina was there as well. Oh, she was still in the love bomb phase. Raynet said that. But all they did was have X, so it's for X. Well, no, she showed what they did in the beginning. He's probably on Cross gonna show places they went. Like she's added things like We had a freak off. I mean, we stayed together 2, 3 days after that, but it still felt like that's all we did. So she's acknowledged that they did more. It's just all of that coming to them freak offs was probably so draining that she like, you know, it felt like that's all we did, but she's acknowledged they've done more than that. Let's proceed, shall we? So we got the love contract and the beautiful home for balance. What's this? A wire transfer to pay your rent? Yes. Who got you your plane ticket to fly to the hotel night? His travel agent, Jess, or KK. Go KK name again. What were the hotel suites like? Red lights, sheets everywhere for the excessive use of baby oil. How many bottles? Objection, sustained. Per hotel night? 24 bottles or more. I'm confused. They asked how many bottles. There was an objection. It was sustained, which means you cannot answer or ask that question. It must be something missing in there. Because he said then she goes on with per hotel night. 24 bottles or more. Kim West, oh Lord. Did she? She said she was a whore. Oh no. Yeah, 2021 to 2021 to 2024 is when they were together. She says 24 bottles of baby oil per freak off. What is this fascination? I need an expert to tell me the fascination of seeing everyone's bodies glistening. Weird. I need to see everyone shining like light, like they're just walking Christmas lights. What is the psychological rationale behind that? Hey, Queen Brielle, good to see you. Sussy for the Sesame Streets. Bert and Ernie, that's what she said. They should be about leaving now. Shoot. Oh, the way this cross is about to be set up, but I don't know. Yeah, it looks like Tenny Garagos is gonna do the cross. So they had 24 bottles or more. And this night, exhibit not shown to the gallery. Where was the hotel night? In my apartment. What did you wear during these hotel nights? Lingerie, high stripper shoes. What would you and the other men do first? Objection. They getting into it, ain't they? She want to know what do y'all do first? This is victim number 2 that's in the indictment. So this is victim number 1 is Cassie. That is for sex trafficking and prostitution. So it looks like any people he alleged was his girlfriend that was in the freak offs, they're saying it's prostitution and sex trafficking. So this young lady, she has 2 counts in the indictment as well, centers around her for prostitution and sex trafficking. So what they're trying to establish now is how much money he paid her. Of course, we know his argument is we was in a relationship. If I didn't want to be, and then he's probably gonna have some text messages, something where she's saying she wanted to. It's probably going to be, I foresee the same thing that happened with Cassie is probably going to happen in this situation. But she's saying like when she told him, I don't really want to do these freak offs, he told her, you can kick rocks, but I ain't going to kick you out the apartment. You got 3 months to get it together. She got an apartment that sound like it was $10K a month. So you got an apartment that you know would be difficult for you to pay for. And so perhaps that's why the government is like, she almost was forced to stay there because, to just stay with Diddy because she couldn't afford the rent. But my thing is, girl, go find you an apartment that you can afford since you did social media content creation. But we'll see. And Lesson said, is she really a victim because she was with him up till arrest? Well, a lot of times what's happening is, from a psychological standpoint, they're going to have experts that almost say they don't know they're a victim. Just like with Cassie, when they said, why did she stay? They gave a psychological reason as to why she stayed. So they're going to say the same thing about this was coercion, but you may not have known that this was coercion. You didn't know that you were being sex trafficked by this. Cassie said when she went away for treatment in 2023 is when she learned she was sex trafficked. So people are defining what you are allowing yourself to be in. And that's what they're doing. Like, okay, she may think it was consensual and think it's okay, but really it wasn't okay. And it's just a psychological issue she has as to why she thinks it's okay. Now, again, that's going to go to, there are women that are just as freaky as the dudes. And they may try to do the same thing. They may be the ones that want to bring another person in. They may be the one to do that. So how do you separate that from, you really want to just do it because it's something your man enjoys? Or is it something that there's no way you can enjoy this and it got to be coercion? And that's kind of where it seems like the government is going more. So you may not know, but you were coerced. You really didn't want to do this. This is sex trafficking and it's prostitution. And then on the flip side, like I said with Cassie, she was like, I liked it. I didn't want him to do it with anybody else. That was her rationale for doing it. I don't know about that, can you? I don't know, Nelly. I don't know. Apparently, they don't have much of it. I don't know. Tomorrow's leader says that was the 90s thing. Remember, Martin said, I want to rub hot oil all over your body. Nelly said, then coercion applies to all relationships. That's what I'm trying to say. Because everybody compromises. Everybody does things at some point you really don't want to do. There's a lot of things that you do. So I don't know. I think that she may have thought the relationship was cool until she was told that it's not. I don't know, but we're going to know when cross-examination comes. So, oh, we know to clean up because the hotels were complaining about it. Are they gone yet for the day? I don't see anything else after this. Accountability don't exist. I guess her grown ass was groomed too. Oh, you're gonna get a lot of that, AAJ. That's what I said. I was like, so when does the line stop where you're not considered being groomed and it becomes something that, if Diddy can be this person, how could we not imagine that there are other women that want to be this person too? If Diddy can want to do these freak offs, why can't you imagine that there's actually women that want to do these freak offs too? And it's like, that's what they're not getting. And then you get like Cassie, she basically said she wanted to do it and then she didn't. You got Jane Doe saying, I wanted to do it and then I didn't think we was going to do it all the time. I didn't know that's basically what he was going to want from me eventually. Like that was going to have to be a part of our relationship. But I stayed with him because I knew this is what he wanted in his relationship. So she probably stayed with him too. If they ask her, did you think he was going to do it with anybody else? Would you been okay with him doing it with other people instead of you? Hers might have been a little different though, because she said she knew he had other girlfriends. So she didn't have a problem sharing them. So her situation is a bit complicated. I think she benefited from the relationship where she was able to live the lifestyle she wanted to live. But regardless, the government is saying this is prostitution and trafficking. So, the way the government is playing it, being rich automatically makes you a predator. Immunity deals. Can a witness be prosecuted on another witness's testimony? So when you have these immunity deals, it's usually for what you say in your testimony you can't be prosecuted for. It can be used against you, excuse me. But if you commit other crimes or crimes that happen prior to, You're not immune from that. So if they find you did something else, then you hit. That's about to be interesting how we see it. What happens? Did y'all hit that like button though? Okay, so the government said, "Who would you greet?" She said, "The entertainer. I was on drugs. Sean told me to touch myself. Then the ex." The government said, "Forgive me for asking, but oral or intercourse?" She said, "Oral. Later, I will be with Sean." "Would you clean up the ejaculate?" She said, "No." This is bad. Oh my gosh. Why is Elon Musk out here tripping like this? He said, "Time to drop the really." This is Elon Musk. This is our step commander in chief. Well, he just got fired, right? He just, I think Trump just divorced him, but he was the stepfather in chief for a minute. He said, "Time to drop the really big bombshell. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason why they have not been made public. Have a nice day." Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. What? Oh, they beefing. Elon need to let us know how he knew 2 days before the election was final, how he knew Donald Trump was going to win. That's what we want you to tell us, okay? Tell us how you knew Donald Trump was going to be victorious before anybody else in the whole world knew. That's what we want to know. Yes, the girls are fighting. I wonder if it'll get mentioned that she made a post on IG denying she was an ex-worker and threatening to sue Rodney. She did do that too. If this is the same person, we don't know. We're speculating. High Vibe said, "Wow, so Elon got his contracts and now wants to drop obvious tea." Well, listen, if it's true about Donald Trump being in the files, that's more on Diddy's side. Shoot. He probably understand his plight and understand why Diddy did the stuff he did. It's alleged Trump was involved in some weird ish Russian. They have tapes. Said, "Okay, Pam, it's unusual to win all of them." Okay, that's what we want to know. Elon, why you out here wanting to know about the Epstein stuff? Okay, Ghislaine is in prison. Epstein, unalived himself allegedly. And then the government said, "How long were hotel nights?" She said 20 or 30 hours. We could take a break here. Jurors, we may start staying later. Do not speak with each other about the case. All rise. So that was the end of it. Yep, that's what they alleging. All right, y'all got work to do. It's been so fun. I really enjoy myself. And yeah, I'm gonna try to get the transcript, I guess. Cause now I want to know. Now I got to get it for both days. I got to get it for today and tomorrow. That's what I thought they mentioned it, but to what capacity? We know he was like on flight logs and all of that, but are you saying they caught him on tape or something? Are you saying he got caught in the act? Give us some realty. Like, what are you saying exactly? Uh, DDG lost his temper. He's trying to get a temporary restraining order on Holly Bailey. These people out here fighting. Goodness. What else we missed while we was on here? All up in Diddy's legal business. I ain't got okay. Let me see. Oh, this is a picture of Cassie when she was dating Ryan Leslie. They were so cute. Look. I know she wish she would have stayed with him. It's a little blurry. They was cute. Oh. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good day. All right. Make sure you hit that doggone like button and that doggone subscribe button on your way out. And we'll be back tomorrow, dude. We'll be back tomorrow around the same time. Make sure you have your notification buttons on, and I'm gonna holler at y'all later.